Okay, starting chapter 2, commission rules and regulations. In this chapter, we're going to identify standards set by licensing law, commit the real estate commission's rules regarding the brokerage business. We're going to learn what the brokerage business is. We're going to explain commission regulations, the real estate commission's regulations for brokers, business relationships, and advertising. A lot of stuff on advertising. And we're going to describe violations and penalties if you violate licensing law. So let's start off with, once again, you see highlights on screen, just do the highlights in your books that match it up, so I don't have to say it every time. And then I'll just ask when you guys are ready, if everybody got it, any questions, we can move on to the next screen, okay? So a salesperson may not accept any form of compensation except from their supervising broker. Salespeople may not maintain an escrow account or hold funds belonging to others. That's the broker's job, is to maintain the escrow account. Escrow or trust account is a bank account where we keep other people's money to safeguard it for the temporary period of time during their purchase transaction. Or if they're leasing long term, they could have an escrow account to hold their security deposits in. So a salesperson may also not work for more than one New Jersey broker at a time. This only usually becomes an issue when you got people that are working in property management and they get an opportunity to list the property and sell it, or they got a friend who wants to buy something, and their brokerage doesn't have access to certain tools because they deal in property management, so they don't really need access generally to the MLSs. So now it's a matter of do I want to stay in property management or do I want to go down a sales route? Most brokerages don't do both. It's one or the other, because there's a lot more liability in property management, at least for residential property management. You get a lot more lawsuits and stuff like that. So there's more liability possibility there when dealing with a lot of renters. So then all those other agents who are only dealing with sales and such, they generally, or rentals from non-property management properties, then they got to pay higher errors and omissions insurance. Okay. Yes, you guys are all going to be carrying something called errors and omissions insurance. It's like our version of the medical malpractice that a doctor would carry, if I were to liken it to that. And your broker already has a policy, and the policy is usually for X amount of agents. And then they just add another agent on when you come on. They just add it on and they're going to bill you for your share of it. Okay. So the agency is covered for X amount of agents. Every now and then they may update it and put your name on it, the new names of the agents. But either way, the brokerage is covered for X amount of agents that are working there. Okay. So you don't go out and get your own E&O, errors and omissions insurance policy. Your broker will already have it. They're just going to bill you your share of it. Okay. Now, how that works, you need to ask your brokers when you're interviewing around. How much do you charge for E&O insurance? Per agent. And that would depend on their policy cost. And there's various factors that can affect that. So you guys, when you're interviewing brokers, you got to ask, how much do you charge for E&O insurance? And do I got to pay it all up front? Or can you take it out of my first commission? Or do you take a little bit out of each commission? How exactly does it work? Each brokerage could work a little bit differently, okay? So important to know, because on average, it's $600 a year. So I see on average, the brokerages range between $400 and $600 a year for E&O insurance. So you really got to, with more of them being towards 600. So you really got to ask that question, especially if it's expected of you to pay it up front, right? That's a big nut to carry when just starting, right? So it's an important question, right? Okay, everybody got the highlights, right? Okay, so every broker who is a broker in New Jersey must have a physical place of business, because New Jersey does not have virtual offices like New York may allow. because, the real estate's so damn expensive over there, like the other guy was saying. Um, so we're not allowed to have virtual offices. Brokers, if you're a broker in New Jersey, that means that you have a company. That's what that license entitles. You have a company and you're the person in charge if you have a broker's license or broker of record license. You have to have a physical place of business to conduct your business. Only a broker can have an office in their own home. So if there are branch offices, there can never be a home in one of the brokers. There can never be an office in one of the brokers' associates' homes. Like a salesperson or broker salesperson can never have an office in their home. Okay. Now, when a broker has an office in their home, you can't just start a business in the middle of a residential neighborhood. Of course, it needs to be zoned mixed use. There are areas where you could have a house that is mixed use. It's residential commercial zoning. So if the broker owns a home that happens to be in one of these mixed zone uses for the building, then they could have an office out of their house. However, it must have a separate entrance visible from the street. So it's not like you got to walk around back to get into the garage because you turned the garage into an office, It's kind of like maybe there's a split level house that has two different entryways, from the front, two doors from the front. And, you often see this with like doctors, attorneys, chiropractors, masseuses, dog groomers, things of that nature. I've seen those types of setups. But we can have a real estate office that's like that as well. But you got to, once again, the separate entrance has to be visible from the street. The door is not on the side or in the back of the building. And there has to be a sign with the words licensed real estate broker along with the broker's name so that the public's aware of, who's in charge here. Okay. So that's what they mean by the office must never be in the home of any of the broker's associates, the salespeople, broker salespeople, etc. That's to prevent the practice called the license lending, where sometimes, remember I told you guys that I opened up my own real estate brokerage before I had a broker's license. I hired a broker. Well, when I was interviewing brokers to hire, I was getting some that were willing, asking actually if they could lend me their license just to start the business. They're like, yeah, I know what it is. Like an old guy, he's like, yeah, I know what the deal is. You want to start your own business, but you need somebody with a broker's license. He's like, look, you can use my license, start the business, you do your own thing. I was like, well, what if the real estate commission comes by and there's something? Well, you just call me. You tell them that I stepped out of the office, and you give me a call. I'm like, well, I don't want to do things like that. I'm looking for a legitimate broker to do their job, But this guy was actually offering me his license to lend it to me, which is illegal. All right. So to prevent license lending, that's why the office can never be in the home of any of the associates. Anyway. Who can manage a real estate office? Well, anybody with a broker type license, a broker or a broker salesperson. Okay. And then they get registered with the real estate commission as the manager for that office. So if we have multiple offices in our company, broker can only be in one place at one time. So we could have the broker managing one office, and a broker salesperson managing another branch office. Remember, the supervising licensee must be physically present in the office during normal business hours at least 5 days a week and not have another job. You're supposed to be in the office supervising. All right. So let's do these highlights for what we just went over. This is page 16. And then write those notes in too. By the way, if you guys can't see this full slide on your screen. That's because of the positioning or the sizing of your Zoom window. You could make it your full screen and then have like the videos off to the side. You know, you could drag your video where you see the videos. You could drag them off to the side, or you can minimize it so that you only see one video of whoever's speaking or what have you, so that you could optimize your real estate on your screen. And just let me know when everybody's gotten that.
Got it.
Oh, yeah. I'm over here texting you, responding to your message. Okay. So everybody's got these? Anybody still taking notes? Hello?
I'm
Got
good.
it.
Okay. So every brokerage office must have a copy of every licensee's license displayed for public inspection. Now, this could be done either by hanging them on picture frames on the wall, or they could put them all in a binder and keep it on or behind the front desk available for inspection. So the main office, if there's more than one office in your company, has to have copies of every license from every agent working in the main office as well as the branch offices. And the branch offices must just have available the copies of the licenses for all the agents that are working out of that office. Okay. Uh, it's a real estate commission rule. I don't know if you're going to get a question on it, but I know it's a rule. And I don't think it's in the book here. They may mention it in passing somewhere, but anyway, let's copy all of these notes now under trust account, escrow account. And you're gonna write some things in here like I wrote here. There's a couple places where I write notes. Okay, well, these are just highlighting, okay? So broker can't, in those trust accounts or escrow accounts, the broker cannot keep interest. So they're usually non-interest bearing escrow accounts because the broker is not allowed to keep the interest. They would have to pay it to their clients. And what an accounting nightmare that would be for trying to calculate how much interest you earn for the very short period of time that we've held on to your money. You know, so most brokers just don't bother with it. They keep it in a non-interest bearing escrow or trust account. Can't make a secret profit on your client's money. You can only get paid one way, through the commission. You know, can not by making money off of their money that's in the escrow account. The account also has to be clearly labeled as an escrow account. So in the event of death, divorce, lawsuits, bankruptcy, that money cannot be touched by creditors because it's an escrow or a trust account. That's if it's clearly labeled that, we know that that's not the broker's money. That's other people's money. That's what escrow and trust accounts are for. Okay. Real estate agents usually refer to them as escrow accounts. Attorneys usually refer to them as trust accounts. Doesn't matter what you call it, they're both the same thing. It's a bank account where we keep other people's money for a short period of time. Okay. Now, brokers are required to deposit funds that come into their keeping promptly, which the Real Estate Commission defines as within 5 business days of acceptance. Now, students often get confused here with that terminology, within 5 days of acceptance. Are we talking about 5 days of the offer getting accepted or 5 days of you accepting the money? It's within 5 days of you accepting the money. So when your clients give you the money to make the deposit, when they are making an offer on the property, we immediately put that in. We immediately do the. Well, we turn it over to the broker immediately, and the broker has to do the bookkeeping and then go deposit that money in the bank account within 5 days of when you accepted it. So as an agent, you do not hold on to this money for a couple of days just to see if the offer gets accepted and then give it to your broker. You got to safeguard your client's money. Immediately turn it over to the broker. Broker does their accounting, bookkeeping, deposits it in the escrow account. They could get in trouble if they take longer to deposit it. So if you're holding on to that escrow check or money and you're waiting and then you turn it over to the broker and then it's more than 5 days, don't be surprised if the broker throws the check back in your face and says, go get another check from your client, and you explain to them why you held on to it for all these days, because I'm not going to lose my license or get fined because you decided you were not going to turn it over to me for whatever reason. The law requires we deposit it within 5 days. So the broker is not going to put their neck on the line for you because you've been holding out. Okay. You need to safeguard your client's money. So if they give you a check, money order, or cash, or whatever it is, you need to immediately turn it over to your broker. Your broker has 5 days to do their bookkeeping and then put it into the bank accounts. Okay. Important to know. Exam questions, absolutely. This is like number one reason why people lose their licenses and get fined. Mishandling of other people's money. Same thing for attorneys. Reasons why they get disbarred. All right. Now, brokers are specifically prohibited from commingling. That means mixing their own money in the escrow account with their client's money. Now, these days, however, most banks, they charge fees to have escrow accounts, to have bank accounts. So to prevent the possibility of the bank taking those fees from the money that's in the account, which isn't the broker's money, it's the client's money, the broker's allowed to keep a small nominal amount to cover those fees. And they need to keep it up with their escrow bookkeeping records, how much of that money is theirs and what it's for. A broker can't just be like, you know what, I'm going to dump a couple $1,000 in the escrow account so I don't got to worry about it for years to come. You're not allowed to do that. So what is commingling? What is commingling?
Not mixing the client's money with your own in your bank account.
Yeah, when the broker mixes their money in the escrow account with their client's money, big no-no. When a client gives you money, how soon do you need to turn it over to the broker?
Within 5
As soon as possible, less than 5 days.
Yes, immediately, because your broker still has to do bookkeeping and then off to the bank. Okay, and they may not just be into it because you took your sweet time getting it to them. You know what I'm saying? Right. Situations where the money that's in the escrow account may become our commission. And this is usually when we're dealing with rentals. You know, maybe the landlord, we're charging them, let's just make up a number. We're charging them 1 month's rent as the commission, okay? And then, the landlord wants a month and a half security deposit. So in total, from any potential renter, we're gonna need to collect 2.5 months of rent, correct? So let's just say that now we got the renter, we collected that money, it's in the escrow account, we get the city inspections done, and then the lease date comes about where the lease is to start. Now we give the keys to the tenant, we give the money to the landlord, but the landlord's like, wait a minute, this doesn't make sense. Instead of you writing a check out to me and then I got to write a check back out to you for the commission, just give me the check for the month and a half security deposit and you keep the first month's rent as your commission. Well, where's that money sitting right now? It's sitting in the escrow account. Remember, broker cannot commingle their funds with their client's money. So their client's money now just became ours. So now there's a clock that starts ticking. The broker has 5 business days to remove that money from the escrow account. Otherwise, it can be considered commingling. So with the escrow account, everything is 5 days. 5 days in, 5 days out, right? For the record keeping and getting the money in or out. 5 days in, 5 days out. Business days. So that's what I mean here by leaving such money in the account for more than 5 business days may result in commingling. It's usually in that situation when it comes about for the rental.
Yeah, I had a question.
Sure.
Like after 5 days, then the broker salesperson or whoever the person is, he transfers it to the attorney, the lawyer, or whoever takes care of the escrow account.
What attorney? Well, the broker has their own escrow accounts. Attorneys have escrow accounts. But when dealing with most residential rentals, most people don't use attorneys or have attorney review. It's rare that they do. Do they
But in
do they-
purchasing of home, when we purchase a home, for that, then it transfers to the attorney.
Only if they ask for it, otherwise it sits in the broker's escrow account until that money is requested by the closing agent, whoever's gonna do the closing.
Okay.
You know, otherwise it could sit in our escrow account, it's fine, you know.
As long as the salesperson doesn't have it in their account for more than 5 days.
Well, as long as it's deposited into the bank within 5 days,
Oh, okay. Okay.
okay? I didn't say that the salesperson can't have it for more than 5 days. I said that it needs to be deposited into the escrow account within 5 days.
Okay.
But as a salesperson, don't wait till the last minute to turn it over to your broker, because they have to do some escrow book record keeping. They need to make copies of the check. They need to write down the information about the check and the money and who it came from. What transaction is it for? Is this for a rental or a purchase? Who's the agent that's working on the transaction? How much did they give and when did they give it? And then the deposit, and then the broker needs to keep copies of the deposit slips, or the original deposit slips, not photocopies. They can't scan this stuff and get rid of the paperwork. They need to keep the originals of everything.
Okay.
Now, the next question is going to be coming up because you guys did not ask that yet, is how long do they need to keep it for? Now, when we start talking about record retention, lawsuits are generally, there's a statute of limitations, which is a time limit in which somebody can sue for certain things. And for contracts and mortgages in cases of fraud and stuff like that, it's 6 years. So how long do you think brokers need to keep all these records for?
6 years.
6 years.
6 years. Yeah. So here you go. So brokers have 2 bank accounts: an operating account, which is how they run their business. They pay their rental or mortgage bills, they pay their advertising, they pay their agents' commissions and everything out of their operating business account. And then they also have an escrow account, which is the bank account where we only keep other people's money in. So the broker cannot keep any interest earned if it is an interest-bearing account. A broker cannot make a secret profit on their client's money by keeping the interest. Accounts must be clearly labeled as an escrow account in the event of lawsuits or divorce or things like that, so nobody can claim that money because it's not the broker's. Licensees must give any deposit money to their brokers immediately, because the brokers must then deposit that money within 5 days of receipt. You know what? Let me see if I could fit that in here to make a little improvement to that. And I'm going to say within 5 business days of receipt, because that's more accurate.
What I'm sorry to bother. What pages is this slide on?
Well, this is just a rundown of what we just highlighted.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Mhm.
So I'm just getting to the points of it, and let me see. Some of these things actually are coming on the next slides as well, like the record keeping here. So brokers must deposit any money within 5 business days of receipt from the time the deposit is given to their agent, not from the time the offer gets accepted. Important to know. The Real Estate Commission even has a comment about this on their website, that they keep eyes on this and that agents will get in trouble as well as their brokers. So there's a little link there about that. Now, brokers must keep all records accounting for all funds, deposits, and withdrawals in their escrow book. They have to make notation. Anytime they deposit money or take money out, they need to make note of what it is, why they're doing that. Brokers must keep bank deposit slips and escrow records for 6 years. Commingling is prohibited. That's mixing the broker's funds with the client's. However, the broker may keep a small amount in the escrow account to cover any banking fees to maintain it. Written receipts are required for cash deposits. If your clients give you cash, you got to give them a written receipt. Do not make photocopies of the money, because I'm going to tell you in a little while that I do not advise that you take cash from clients. What if they give you counterfeit bills or something? You're not going to find out till you take it to the bank, and then the bank's going to be like, yo, some of these bills are fake. They're not going to replace them with good ones. Now you're going to go back to your client. You're going to be like, yeah, some of those bills weren't good. I need you to give me some more money because the other money you gave me was dirty. It was, and your client, what do you think that they're going to say? Whoa. I don't know where the hell you were between the time I gave you the money and you went to the bank, but I want my money back. You're asking me for more money, saying that it was bad. I gave you good money. It's drama. We don't want to create that kind of drama, right? What's drama good for, everybody? You know the answer to this? What's drama? Drama is good for TV. That's it. All right. We don't want it in our business lives. We don't want it in our personal lives, but we sure as hell don't need it in our business lives either, right? Drama's just good for TV. Who likes drama? Not me. So let's avoid that and not take cash. Are you allowed to accept cash from clients? Absolutely. Should you? Absolutely not. What if they gave you a large amount of money and you got mugged? You got robbed? Who's responsible for the money? You can't be like, oh, it got stolen. I'm sorry. They're going to be like, yeah, you stolen. You took it. Drama, right? Or counterfeit money. And if they give you $10,000 or more, or close to $10,000, we have an obligation to report it to the IRS. And anytime you talk to the IRS, it's got to be on a special form. I don't know about you guys. I don't know what that form is. You know why? I don't take cash. Your money is no good here. You know, real estate's not an overnight transaction where people are coming to you with a duffel bag full of cash. That's in the movies. Okay. If somebody comes to me with a duffel bag full of cash, I'm like, yeah, no. I'm not going through it to try to figure out if any of these bills are fake or not, and then have the obligation of reporting this to the IRS. Instead, I'll say, take it to your bank. Give me a freaking check. Give me a bank manager's check. How about that? So commingling is prohibited. That's mixing our client's money in the escrow account with the broker's money in the escrow account with the client's money. Written receipts are required for cash deposits, and funds already in the escrow account that may become the broker's commission must be removed within 5 days, or once again, within 5 business days, or it may be considered commingling. So let me write that business days there again, business days. All right. Okay, we must provide accounting for advanced fees from clients, any fees given to us in advance, that if it's over $25. Like if they help pay us for helping out with marketing costs. Now, that's not typically your residential homeowner that does that, but maybe a developer would that's building a bunch of homes. They may have an advertising fund set up, and they're going to give us some of that money, and they want us to do some of that marketing. So we need to take that money, put it in the escrow account, and then give accounting within 90 days of how that money's been utilized. Okay? It's not a common thing, but it's possible. Cash deposits or withdrawals of $10,000 or more must be reported to the IRS. Withdrawals must never be made to cash, only to a specific person. Yeah, if you have a check made out to cash, you drop it on the ground, anybody can cash it. It's good as money, right? It's good as cash. So here are my tips as to why you should not accept cash, even though you're allowed to. If you get robbed, you're responsible for that money. If they give you counterfeit cash, well, you're responsible because, you know, those you may get a visit from the Secret Service who investigates that, which is interesting. I've seen that on the news this morning, you know, as the anniversary yesterday for the Trump attempted assassination. They were talking about Secret Service and all the duties that they have and how they probably should not be chasing around people trying to figure out where $20 counterfeit bills came from, that another agency should be taking on that duty. But you may get a visit from the Secret Service because that's how it is right now. You need to report it to the IRS on specific forms. And it's highly suggested to get a certified check or bank manager's check only from the bank. I don't even like personal checks because sometimes people forget to transfer the money from their savings account to their checking account because their checking account doesn't earn interest. And if they didn't transfer it in time, the check bounces and it's drama, drama, drama. You know that if we submit an offer and the check bounces, we have to treat everybody fairly and honestly in the transaction. We have a duty to go notify the other party in the transaction. Even though we're representing the buyer, we have to go and notify the seller that the check that the buyer gave us to make this purchase bounced. What do you think that's going to do to our transaction now? Does it put a whole lot of confidence in the seller's mind that the buyer can go through with this transaction? Or do you think they may just want to kill it now? So that's why I don't like even accepting personal checks from people. I say, get a bank manager's check or certified check. So make sure you return deposit money to the person who gave the deposit funds in the first place. Sometimes we have family members and relatives that help out with the money to for deposit or for purchasing a house. And once again, this could be a drama. This is usually your broker's job, but you could make sure that the broker writes the check out to the right person there. Because say that you got a client, but they didn't give you they gave you the check, but the check wasn't from them. It was from somebody else. And that was like a relative that's helping them out. Um, and now the deal falls through. You don't write a check out to that buyer giving them the money because they're not the ones who originally gave the money. It should be written out to the people's name that was on the original check. And you may want to point that out to the broker just to make sure they write the check out to the right person. We don't want to write it out to the buyer, returning it to the buyer. That could cause drama, especially if they have a drug problem or a gambling problem or drama, drama, drama. Why did you give the money back to him? I gave you the check. I dealt with that before. You know, somebody had a gambling problem or drug problem. I forget what the hell it was, and I got yelled at because I gave the return deposit to the person who was buying instead of the person whose name was on the original check. But drama, drama, drama. Your lesson learned. You know, I learn lessons the hard way. I don't forget them. You know, I'm trying to get you to learn your lessons vicariously through my issues that I have experienced. That's why I tell you these little stories. Now, avoid personal checks and money orders, you know, because obvious reasons. Personal checks can bounce. Money orders, they could be washed money orders, which basically is stolen money orders that were washed and reused. And you're not going to know about them till months later when the money order company runs their numbers. And then they're going to pull the money from the account that they gave it to. And where's that? The escrow account. And by then it's going to be someone else's money in there. So drama, drama, drama. I don't accept money orders either. So when buying all cash, because we got a plan, you know, with buying all cash, you know, a money issue. I don't care if you're Donald Trump, money's an issue. He filed bankruptcy like 3 or 4 times in his life, right? So, I mean, even for rich people, money can be an issue, you know. So, when people say all cash, it's not that I don't trust you or anything, but I don't know you. You know, cash purchase, all right, player, I believe you. I'm just going to need a proof of funds letter from your bank manager. I don't need to know how much money you got in your bank. I just need to know you got enough for this transaction. In this transaction, you're going to need this much money. So I need you to get a proof of funds letter from your bank manager stating that as of whatever day that you go to that bank manager, they fill out the standard form letter, which is a proof of funds letter. And they write in there that you have sufficient funds to cover a purchase of X amount of dollars. And then uh, they'll put the raised seal on there or stamp, and then they'll sign it. Okay. It's actually a standard form that banks use. Okay. So let's do these highlights. And as you do those highlights, I'm going to go back because I should have been taking some of these notes and adding them into that ClassLinks Word document. So,
I have a question.
okay.
So for the advance fees, what if it's like $10? Like, is $25 the requirement to put it into an escrow account? So what if it's like $10? What do I do with it?
You can put any amount into the escrow account, but the law says if it's $25 or more, it must be put into the escrow account.
Okay, thank you.
Everybody got that? Now, highlight that. Page 17, page 18. Everybody good?
Just give me one.
Sure, sure.
Thank you.
Same here.
Okay, we're good. Well, at least for myself.
Okay, good.
Right? So, brokers have to keep all records for 6 years. Escrow records, bank statements, contracts, accepted offers, bills for their rent, utilities, advertising, purchase receipts, commissions paid to agents, and expired listings that had offers that were once accepted on them, but then they fell through. They need to keep those for 6 years too. Everything else, unaccepted offers to purchase or lease, or expired listings that never had offers accepted on them, must be kept for 6 months. All records, contracts, listing agreements, etc., they're all belong, they're the property of your broker, the company. And the salesperson must not remove any documents when they leave that brokerage. So if you quit, if you leave, you can't take those clients with you because they're not your clients. I know agents get in the habit of saying, my client, my client, my client. Well, they're not your clients. You can't even work in the business unless you're sponsored by a broker. So the broker hires you to help them get more clients. Those are the broker's clients. You're just assisting the broker in getting them, right? So do not take or remove any records from the office when and if you ever leave that office. Okie dokie. Okie dokie, Vic. All right, great. Great conversation. So here's some examples of, let's see, what did this person do? Real estate broker, salesperson failed to supervise salespeople under an employee, and that salesperson failed to place the money in the escrow account within the proper time, and they got a $2,000 fine. And then the salesperson who failed to give the money to their broker got a $2,500 fine because they failed to deposit that, give that deposit check to their broker within 5 business days of receipt. Real estate commission, I tell you what, when investigators pop in offices for some reason, whether somebody filed a complaint or they just happen to be driving by and they stop in, while they're there, they always will ask the broker, since I'm already here out of the car, let me see your escrow books. And they go through them, and these guys are like forensic freaking accountants. So they're gonna be like, how come it took so long to deposit this check? And now you as the agent and the broker can get in trouble and get fined like this. All it takes is the real estate commission to want to make some money. State wants to make some money. You ever know the state not wanting to make money? So, sales contracts. This is the bottom half of page 17. We as real estate agents, we're allowed to prepare standard residential real estate contracts so long as the contracts include an attorney review clause that permits either party 3 business days from the full signing of the contract to have the contract reviewed by an attorney who can then terminate the contract for any reason or no reason at all, or propose changes to a contract. Whenever a student sees legal citations such as court decisions or statutes that they feel compelled to memorize them as part of the state content, items not appearing on the state exam should be avoided in the course text. Yeah. Okay, why are they putting that in here in the book? Okay. So licensees can prepare sales contracts for 1 to 4 family homes and single buildable residential lots. Exam question? Absolutely.
Wait, sorry, can you repeat that?
Absolutely. No, this line right here. Licensees can prepare sales contracts for only 1 to 4 family homes and single buildable residential lots. Anything more than 4 families or more than 1 is considered commercial. And only an attorney can prepare contracts for commercial properties. So how do we start these transactions going then? Well, what we could do is we could go back and forth between the parties, asking them what are the terms that they want included in the contract? What is the offer price? Are there any other miscellaneous terms that they need included in the contract? We could put together what's called a non-binding term sheet. Okay, it's not legally binding. It's just a term sheet and that both parties agree to, but it's not considered a contract legally. And we turn it over to the attorneys that are going to be writing up the contract so that they could include those terms in the contract, which will then eventually get signed by the parties. So this is known as a term sheet or a letter of intent to lease or purchase. And it's a non-legally binding document.
Can the realtor still continue the transaction, or the attorney takes over if it's
No. Attorneys just handle the contract. And then if for certain things, attorneys may be needed to be called back in to address certain issues. But attorneys handle attorney review, then it's back to us for inspections and all that. If issues come up during the inspections, we may need the attorneys to chime in on it a little bit, depending on what it is.
So you're still handling the transactions, just the attorney actually writing the contract for 4 or more families or commercial properties.
Correct. So preparing contracts or leases for more than 4-family or more than one single buildable residential lot. If we were to prepare the contract for that, that is considered practicing law without a license. So don't do it. Also, any contract that has an option agreements, like a lease with an option to buy, these must be prepared by attorneys as well. Otherwise, if we do it, we're engaging in the unauthorized practice of law. We're not attorneys. Can't do it. Right here, that listings must be entered into the MLS within 48 hours, and all written offers must be forwarded to the seller to the other party within 24. I gotta write that in my notes too. So.
Yeah, I had a question.
Go ahead.
Like the listings must be entered in the MLS within 48 hours. So once we are like a salesperson, then we have full access to the MLS on our own, independent, to proceed with everything. We don't have to take permission or anything from the broker, salesperson, or
You
anything.
can join an MLS only if your broker's a member of that MLS.
Okay. But we
If you put a listing,
independently do it.
sorry.
Can we independently do it, or we have to, like, for every transaction, we must bring it to the ears of the.
No, you enter it in. Your affiliate, your membership is under your brokers.
Okay.
So your broker has to have a membership. And then when you're given a membership to that MLS, you pay your own fees and your own membership dues. However, you're a member under the broker's office that you're employed with. Okay. Your broker pays higher fees for membership to that MLS, and their job is to make sure that you're doing everything according to the rules, the MLS's rules, and the laws of the state of New Jersey and the Real Estate Commission. Okay. You also have to make sure that you're abiding by those things as well, because the broker's not going to be held liable for things that you just blatantly do because you just don't give a crap either. You have to, try to do things properly. But yeah, you do things independently. You get a listing, you put it in the MLS. Absolutely. That's your job. That's your job essentially. Okay. And you have to update the status too. Like if it goes to attorney review, you got to change the status from available to attorney review, available in attorney review. When it's out of attorney review, it's now under contract. So you change the status once again to under contract. And you do all of that stuff within the 48 hours. You got to make those updates as well.
Okay.
Like if the property, if a deal falls through and the property comes back on the market, you gotta date that status in the MLS to available again, so that you're treating other agents fairly and honestly and giving them a shot to bring their buyers to see the property as well, you know? That's why this is the database on how we collaborate with each other and sell properties quicker and maybe for a higher dollar amount. I mean, how many buyers do you have? Like, if you get a listing, how many buyers do you have handy right now to buy that house? Maybe none, you know, where there's tens of thousands of real estate agents in the state of New Jersey. There may be many of them working with one or more clients that are looking for a property in this area, in this price range, with those certain criteria that your listing has. So by working together in this way, we could sell properties quicker and maybe at a higher price. So that benefits the clients, our clients there. And it's the law. We're required to do that. It's the law under the administrative code. These are the rules of the Real Estate Commission that require this. So I'm just typing these things into your notes here as well. Listings. Must be entered into the MLS within 48 hours. And let's see, all written offers have to be forwarded to the other party within 24 hours. I'm not saying, you notice I'm not saying the owner, because hey, we can, in contract negotiations, we could get these offers going back and forth. So it's not just that the written offers have to be forwarded to the owner, but in contract negotiations, they could go back and forth, back and forth. So we have to forward them to the other party within 24 hours. And at the time of listing, the sellers of residential property must be furnished with a copy of what's known as the Attorney General's Memorandum about the New Jersey laws against discrimination.
Like this means that they cannot discriminate. If they get a good offer, whoever it is, they must go ahead with it. They should not discriminate.
It's a lot more than that. It's a lot more than that. I don't want to get into it just yet because it's a lot more than that. We're going to be getting into that in chapter 4. But just be aware that at the time that we get a listing, we have to give this document called the Attorney General's Memorandum to the owner. Because buyers and renters are free to discriminate all they want. They could choose who they want to live near or whatever. Now, if their search criteria are based on discriminatory criteria, we cannot help them. We cannot assist them in those types of searches based on their discriminatory preferences. But an owner of property that's offering their property for sale or rent, they can never discriminate, whether they're using us as a real estate agent or not. So we need to inform them of the law by providing them this document called the Attorney General's Memorandum. Now, the Attorney General, what is that? That is a position of law enforcement. It is the highest law enforcement officer in the land. Each state has an Attorney General, as well as our country has an Attorney General, which that would be the highest law enforcement officer in the country. Okay? So that's where you escalate things to. Okay, so an Attorney General's memorandum, a memorandum is a fancy word for notice. So this is a document, a notice, coming from the highest law enforcement officer in the state. that advises owners that they cannot discriminate. They need to follow the New Jersey laws against discrimination as well as the federal ones. That's all that is. That's what that's doing when you give it to the owners. So licensees must refuse listings from an owner who expresses an intent to discriminate. It's something that we don't see right here yet, but we will. It's coming up. Don't worry. We'll see it several times. So listings must be uploaded and changes updated to the MLS, updated within 48 hours in the MLS, and contracts, offers, and offers forwarded or presented within 24 hours. Sorry, I don't know if you guys are hearing this. It's kind of annoying for me. I got my fax machine going off in my ear over here. I don't know if you guys are hearing that beeping. Sorry if it's, if you do.
No, it's quite insignificant. Doesn't
Okay.
it? Yeah.
All right. So this guy right here, what did he do? He failed to update the MLS when the contract fell apart and was, so therefore the deal, the property should have been updated in the MLS showing that it's available again so that other people who may have been interested in seeing it can see that it's available and go see it again. Now, not once again, not picking on this guy, but I actually dealt with him before and he did the same thing to me. And he actually refused to say, he actually said that the properties, he said it's still under contract, even though I know that it was not. He refused to update the listing in the MLS, and I knew that it was not. So apparently this is a habit for this guy. Apparently he does it because he got caught doing it here, and I see that he did, and I remember that I had this issue with him once before too. And I'm guessing it's probably in the same townhouse condominium complex that he lives in North Brunswick. I know all about this guy, and he likes to be the listing agent there, the main agent there, and he wants to get both ends of the deal. And this is how he does it, I guess. He doesn't allow other people to see that the property's available. Stalls putting it on the market. Stalls updating the status of the listings. So obviously he got caught eventually here. But how many times did he do it and he didn't get caught? He eventually did. And he agreed to pay a fine of $1,500 for that.
But in general, it's more profitable also, no, for the salesperson if he's more open-minded and shares it. The faster the property will catch the eye of more people and sell faster.
But the thing is, he knows it's desirable there and it will sell. He wants to get both ends of the deal.
Okay.
So he's willing to stay on the market a little bit longer. But whose best interest is he looking for then? His clients or his own? He's clearly looking out for his own best interest, not his clients, which he could have sold it quicker with another agent, but he just wants to get his own end of the deal.
Yeah.
So it's not, that's not looking out for your client's best interest. And we as real estate licensees, we are required to always look out for our client's best interest.
Right, yeah.
We have to put our best interest over our brokers, which you're going to see in chapter 3. That's actually the definition of fiduciary duties, our fiduciary responsibilities to our clients. These are real responsibilities that we owe to those that we represent, that we have to put our clients' best interest above all others, including our own and our brokers.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, and that over a long time will create more goodwill for us also.
As
Like,
well, yeah,
state-
we gotta work with each other again at some point in time, you know?
yeah,
And now
yeah,
you're just gonna have this reputation that you're kind of a scumbag, you know?
right,
You look out for your own best interest, you look to screw over other agents, you know, and it doesn't get around, you know, it's not good for your reputation when somebody does that and they do it on a regular basis. Okay.
right, yeah,
Now, I'm not particularly talking about this guy, so I'm just talking in general, okay? All right, now let's see. Duplicate originals. Okay, you need to know what a duplicate original is for your exams as well. Real estate licensees are required to promptly provide a duplicate of the original document to every person who signs a listing contract, sales contract, a lease, a brokerage service agreement, any kind of contract whatsoever, actually. We need to provide a duplicate original. What is a duplicate original? It's multiple originals with the wet signatures, the original signatures. Now, a couple of years back, Governor Christie, just before he left office, he actually signed into law that we could use electronic signatures on real estate contracts. And so therefore, duplicate originals now can be electronic signatures. However, in order to get a duplicate original, we just need to print out another copy of it because it's got that electronic tracking signal on the bottom, written on the page. Otherwise, what is a duplicate original? It's multiple originals with the wet signatures. It's incorrect to call them copies because copies, like photocopies, they're not legal in court to present as evidence. They could be modified, and it's impossible to track to see if they were modified because it's a copy. But wet signatures, you could check the ink. You could see the levels. Are there multiple inks? Did they stall when they were writing? You could detect forgeries and things of that nature. So original signatures are required, or with a digital contract, just print out another copy of it. Okay, so here's an example of we have a contract and we made an offer of 300,000, but the seller countered with 310,000 and the buyer accepted it. So what we got to do is next to that change where we drew a line through the contract and made a modification and changed the price, next to it, we're going to write the initials of both the sellers and the buyers and date them next to every change in the contract. This is the proper way to do this. Next to every place where you touched that contract with a pen to modify it, you just voided that contract unless you get both parties to sign next to or initial next to each change. You guys follow? It's very important to do. Look, here's a real estate agent that failed to provide a duplicate original and failed to get the parties to initial next to an altered contract. And so he got $1,000 fine for that. So apparently people do get caught for these things. So duplicate originals with electronic signatures only need to print another copy. Okay. So right here, duplicate. Yikes. Click poll. Poll. copies with original signatures. Must be provided to our clients anytime they sign in.
Teacher, so do we have to give that like as soon as possible, like, or like within the 24 hours, right?
Immediately. When you have them initial it, and once it's been initialed by both parties, you give it to them immediately. Okay, you sign a listing agreement with the sellers. It's just signed between you and them. You give them that duplicate original immediately, right there on the spot. You don't come back with it. You give it to them right there on the spot. So bring multiple copies of the contract with you, that blank contract that you're going to fill out there, and then you have them sign it. So they get it immediately. Now, if a real estate broker is also licensed as an insurance broker, mention of the buyer's purchase of that insurance from the broker, if included in the sales contract, must be confirmed separately in writing not less than 5 days before the actual closing of title. No contracts. Okay, commissions are always negotiable between the client and the broker, and no contract can contain anything indicating a prescribed fee schedule, which basically is not something that is negotiable. This is an example of a prescribed fee schedule, where you write on a listing agreement or contract 6%, 7%, 8%, 9%, 10%. Pick one. That's not negotiable. Negotiability is a blank line, and the commission is going to be expressed as a dollar amount or a percentage of the sales price. So this is an example of what a prescribed fee schedule would look like, and that's illegal in New Jersey. New Jersey, commissions have to be a blank line. It cannot be pre-typed in, even though your office has a policy that this is the commission that we always charge and we don't negotiate on it whatsoever. This is our policy. We still need to have that blank line and fill it in when we meet our clients. And then you could tell them, all commissions are negotiable in New Jersey. What does that mean? You didn't give me the chance to negotiate. Well, that means that we didn't fix the price with any standard agreement between competing brokerage firms that were all agreeing to not charge less than a certain percentage or dollar amount as the commission. Okay, that's illegal under federal law. So if we ever enter into a contract with a for sale by owner, they never listed their property for sale with a real estate agent. However, they agreed to pay a commission to us if we bring them a buyer, and we brought them a buyer. Because they didn't have all the disclosures that a listing agent would have gone over with them, we have to put this paragraph in the contract that says specifically, as seller, you have the right to individually reach an agreement on any fee, commission, or other valuable consideration with any broker. No fee, commission, or other consideration has been fixed by any governmental authority or by any trade association or multiple listing service. And by adding that disclosure in there, we're basically saying that we do not engage in an illegal practice called price fixing, which is a violation of the Sherman Antitrust Act, which we'll go over on page 55 and 56 in chapter 3, but I think we're going to skip forward to that within this chapter in the coming slides.
Can I just ask a question? This is for somebody that brings an offer to for sale by owner property?
Yes. Yes.
So
Because
how does that work? How does it work if you're bringing up like an offer to for sale by owner property? There's no
Because-
contract between anyone, right? There's no seller
We're
agreement.
having a contract right now, and we're asking the seller to pay the commission. And if they agreed to pay that commission, we never had a listing agreement that had all the disclosures that we normally give.
Right.
So we need to write in this disclosure into the contract. Now, you don't need to memorize this for exams. You just need to be aware that there is some sort of a disclosure we need to give, that we do not engage in price fixing. You have to put a price fixing disclosure. And then you could have this like a copy paste and you paste it into your contracts, as a clause for sale by owner contracts.
So basically, you can knock on anyone's door that has a house up for sale by owner, and present them an offer, first presenting them a seller's contract.
Well, this is when you have the offer. I mean, you can knock on doors and try to for sale by owners and try to get listings. Yeah, absolutely. But now if you but they don't want to list with you. They want to save the commission for listing.
Right.
But if you bring them a buyer, they may be able to pay the buyer's side of the commission. So half the commission. They may be amicable to do that. But either way, we didn't go over all the disclosures because we never had a listing with them. So we got to just write this paragraph in the sales contract to prove that we disclosed to them that, you're paying this commission. We're asking you to pay this commission, but, we don't engage in illegal price fixing. That's not how we came up with our commission amount. It's not based on, it wasn't fixed by any governmental authority or trade association or MLS or collusion with other brokers. Okay?
So technically, any house up for sale by owner is available for an agent to catch and bring the buyer to it.
I mean, they want to sell, right? What is our job? What's your
Yeah,
job?
but they're trying to avoid the commission. So basically, you're introducing to them to sell it with the commissions, and you have an offer for them.
Yeah,
And they could technically put down the offer because they don't want to sell it through an agent, correct?
correct.
Okay.
Correct. It's up to them to do whatever they want. They could sell their house however they want. They may not want to pay any commission whatsoever. And if that's the case, you got to try to get the commission from the buyer if they still want to buy that house.
Get it.
So we enter into brokerage service agreements that say that the buyer is going to pay the commission then. But then we also still need to let the buyer know that we do not, we got to give them that disclosure too. That we do not, a commission is not based on any price fixing, which is illegal when we collude with the competition to try to set an industry standard on the fees we charge the public for the services we perform. That's essentially what it's saying.
All right. Thank
Okay.
you.
You're welcome. So let me just type some of these things in, or do I have it here in a coming slide? I do, so let me not type it in yet. Okay. I'm doing good with picking up your notes. Check that out. That new ClassLinks Word document, I've been copying all these notes now. Before it was just all the links that we used in class that I shared with you. Now I'm actually copying over all the actual notes into the Word document that I'm going to be uploading there and sharing with you with the links included. So pretty neat stuff coming there. So I'm helping you with some notes there. Everybody got these notes? Speaking of notes, everybody got this stuff highlighted and these notes written in?
Yeah, I got it.
All right. So other documents, brokers must keep the originals, those duplicate originals, for 6 years, except for unaccepted offers, which must only, and expired listings, which only must be kept for 6 months. Yes, on exams, I told you that technically offers that listings that expired that once had offers accepted on them, we need to keep for 6 years. Technically, yes, that's the truth. But on exams, they're not going to get that deep into the woodwork of it. They're just going to say brokers need to keep expired listings and unaccepted offers for only 6 months. Everything else they need to keep for 6 years. It's an easy way to remember the record keeping aspect of it. Oh, you know what? I don't think I ever did the morning poll. Let me throw out a morning poll here. Thank you. Everybody got these highlights, these notes?
You're still showing the Word document.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
Yeah, that's why you guys got to speak to me. I'm waiting for you guys to do some highlighting and note taking, and I'm showing you something else completely. So thank you. You have to inform me. You got to let me know. Sometimes I forget. I'm a human. You know, what screen you're focused on. I'm looking at the slideshow again. You guys are still looking at something else. Sorry about that.
Can I just ask a quick question on this thing that we just mentioned about keeping the documents? Let's say there's an unaccepted offer. Is there a deposit with that or not, or there's no deposit until the offer is accepted?
Um, Technically, offers are considered legal if they're not accompanied by what we call a good faith deposit or earnest money deposit. So you can make an offer without a deposit, although it's not very common. And if it was an offer on one of my listings, I'd advise the owner not to consider it unless you were following up with making the offer or making that deposit within the next day or two. Because you're going to need a lot more money to buy the house. You know, a minimum of $1,000 good faith deposit is reasonable when making an offer. You know, what's the whole purpose of a good faith deposit? It's to ensure that you're serious about going forward with the transaction and you're not going to just back out and you got no skin in the game. So, you know, you held the seller up and, you know, there's no consequences for you. But if you got that $1,000 on the line where, you know, you made that deposit and the seller can claim that money if you were not operating in good faith, and they can try to claim that money to keep it, you're less likely to do so, right? To screw with them.
So let's say you want to give let's say somebody gives an offer for and they give $1,000 with it, and there were multiple offers and that offer was not accepted. So expired listings or unaccepted listings only need to be kept for 6 months. What about that $1,000 that was put into the escrow account in the meanwhile?
Well, that was through your agent. Not you didn't give the $1,000 to the listing agent. You gave it to your buyer's agent that you were working with. You know, and they could either keep it in their escrow account while you look for another home, and then just use that for another offer that you may make, or they could immediately return it to you. As the
Do you
would-be.
need to keep those records,
Oh, the broker does. Yes, absolutely.
even if it's an unaccepted offer?
Yeah, the escrow books, they got to account for every penny in it, in the account.
So if there was money involved in any of the expired or unaccepted offers, you don't need to keep the actual contract. You just have to keep record of the money.
No, we keep the contract. We keep the contract for 6 months. The escrow books are always kept for 6 years.
Okay. Basically, as soon as there's money or anything going in or out of an account, it needs for 6 months. But anything that was expired or not accepted, you just
Yeah.
need for 6 months.
Yeah, the banking records, the money, the follow the money trail must be kept for 6 years. Yes.
Okay, thank
Correct.
you.
And I had a question like, so the $1,000 suppose deposit is there and the buyer doesn't agree, to sell the home. So it can be just kept with the agent and moved on to show other homes.
Absolutely, absolutely, because you're going to continue looking. You want to pay still, right? So we could continue. Just I could either return that money to you right away, and then you'll have to give it back to me again. We make another offer,
Yeah, that's too much, you know, going up back and forth. Yeah.
Yeah. You just keep it in there. It's safe. It's safe in the broker's account. It's not going nowhere. It's in your name, while we look for another home. And then if we make another offer, you're going to apply that as the good faith deposit for that offer for the other home. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. And then we, like you said earlier, we move it to a bank account within 5 days.
You're not doing anything with the escrow account other than giving the money to the broker. And the
Okay.
broker's doing all the record keeping.
Oh, okay.
It's not the salesperson that's doing all this, but we need to know how that process works and what the rules are. That's why I'm hammering this stuff down your throat, you have to know.
Right.
Okay, everybody got these notes?
Yeah.
All right, here I got all that stuff recapped on one slide. Great notes for you. Wink, wink, nod, nod, hint, hint. Have that screenshot right here for you. The duplicate original. What is that? It's multiple original copies with signatures, digitally signed contracts. Just print out another copy. It's considered an original. Licensees must immediately give fully executed duplicate originals to their client anytime we have them sign a contract. Commissions are negotiable between the client and the broker, and they must be expressed as a fixed dollar amount or a percentage of the sales price. No predefined prescribed fee schedules are allowed. All commissions must be negotiable in New Jersey. Agents must include a price fixing disclosure on for sale by owner, those FSBO contracts, about the price fixing, and all commissions are negotiable. Allocation of markets is also prohibited. So that disclosure is about illegal price fixing and allocation of markets. We're going to go over what that is. We're going to kind of skip forward to chapter 3 in a little while on the coming slides talking about that. Allocation of markets is like when you're talking to the competition, not just about the commission amounts, but maybe about divvying up the market. Hey, we get everything on this side of Main Street and everything on that side of Main Street, your agency can get. And we agree to this, that we're not going to take the clients from competitors on that side of Main Street if they agree to the same terms with us. Or maybe we only take listings above $400,000 and everything below $400,000 goes to the other agency. And if the two different competing agencies agree with each other on this, we call that collusion. What is collusion? It's when competitors work with each other. Now, that may not sound like a bad thing, but the word collusion does. They're colluding with each other. What does that mean? Well, they're working with each other. But it's illegal. Why is it illegal? Because it's anti-competition. Instead of competing to try to get all the business away from your competitor, you're working with them to divide the market. And when you do that, who is that bad for? It's bad for the general public. It's good for us. It's bad for the general public. Hey, if we work with each other and we say, hey, listen, nobody take a commission less than 10%. People aren't going to be able to list their property with a real estate agency for less than 10%. It's anti-competition. It keeps the prices high. But if we try to get the business away from all of the business and we compete, how are you going to try to compete with people if you offer the same services and the same everything?
Lowering the
Price, right? Price comes down. So that's why it's against federal law, the Sherman Antitrust Act. A lot of big companies were taken down for that. And Sherman Antitrust Act does not just apply to real estate. It's actually been around since the 20s or the 30s, I think. Or no, actually, I think even before then, like 1913 or 1918, somewhere around there. It was used on some major things. Well, we'll take a look. I think it was I brought up in the late 18 something. But have you guys ever seen these programs? the Men Who Made America. It's also rebranded several different ways. There was the Men Who Made America, then it was called the Titans of Industry, and a couple of other names it goes under. That there's these documentaries that's about all these super rich families that we know today, that were running they own the oil industry or the steel industry or the railroad industry or the, whatever it was, and they basically bought out competition, or they basically strangled their suppliers to try to run them out of business, so there's no competition. So these Sherman Antitrust Act was put into place to prevent a lot of these business activities. So it doesn't apply just to real estate. As a matter of fact, a couple of years ago, when Trump was president the last time, at the end of his presidency, his Department of Justice actually uncovered the great broiler chicken conspiracy. Did you guys ever hear that one? The broiler chicken conspiracy? A lot of the major chicken producers in the United States were artificially inflating the prices on broiled chicken products that they sold to, like KFC and all those fast food chicken places and Costco and whatnot. So they artificially held the prices up higher to sell to them. Okay, that's and they got different chicken producers to agree to it. So now Costco and all these chicken places, they can't get chicken for under a certain dollar amount. So they actually uncovered that, and they started prosecuting them. And they got one of them, I think it was like Jordan's Pride or something like that. They got one of them to admit to this conspiracy and that all these companies were involved in it. And they agreed to pay like $112 million fine or something like that. It was a crazy amount. But yet all the other chicken companies, the Purdue and all them, they were like, screw that. This is the end of this guy's presidency. We got Biden coming in now, and they're going to be chasing after January Sixers, and they're going to be doing all kinds of other stuff that they're going to be applying the Department of Justice to. They're not going to be following up on this. Statute of limitations is going to expire, and we're not going to have to pay out a penny. So actually that's what ended up happening. They ended up not admitting guilt, didn't pay a penny in fines. Biden administration dropped that. They reallocated all the law enforcement to go after like January 6 people still, and all of these companies got away with it. So it was it's a pretty interesting thing. But either way, that is an example of the Sherman Antitrust Act that was used against these companies. At least one of them paid a fine of over $100 million. Imagine if they all had to pay the fine for their wrongdoing. So licensees must prepare contracts for 1 to 4 family homes and single building residential lots, because any more units is considered commercial real estate. Commercial contracts must be prepared by attorneys. Agents start the process of selling or leasing commercial real estate by writing a non-binding intent to purchase or lease, which is also called a term sheet. Written offers must be forwarded or presented to the owner within 24 hours. You can't present it, you at least forward it to them within 24 hours. All listings have to be entered in the MLS within 48 hours. It's directed by the owner of the property not to. And then we have them sign what's called a waiver of broker cooperation agreement, because otherwise we are required by law to share our listings with other agents, and we do that by putting it in the MLS. So only an owner can direct us not to cooperate with other agents. And if we're going to do that, we're going to be violating the law that we need to follow. So we need to get the owners to give us that proof. It's kind of like our cover your booty form, called the waiver of broker cooperation agreement. So it allows you to not do what you're supposed to do by sharing that listing with everybody in the MLS.
Is,
And you get that proof in writing because the owner directed you not to. But the owner's allowed to direct you not to. They're allowed to say you could only sell this property by your own means and your own advertising, and only your agency can bring in the buyer. Yeah, go ahead. What were you saying, Bash?
is that like bringing like an off-market deal? Is that concept?
Well, you're finding your own buyer. I'm not sure what you mean by off-market deal, but it's yeah,
Sometimes you see like an ad, like, off-market deal. I always wonder, does that mean that it's only that agent can bring in a buyer?
I'm not sure where you see that, but what I could assume what that means is it could be a private sale just between a buyer and a seller who met up with each other somehow, or they did a for sale by owner type thing, or a transfer within the family. But it could also be something like this, where only one agency is hired to represent that seller in the transaction, and the owner doesn't want them cooperating with other brokerage firms, so the buyer has to go through that brokerage firm as well. That's what I would assume that
What's the term called?
an office exclusive listing.
Oh, I get it. So basically, if you want to advertise something like that, you're basically telling a buyer, don't have your agent from another company call me up because it's got to go through our company.
Yeah, I'll give you an example. There was a building I wanted to buy. I wanted to buy, and I seen that it was listed. It was one of the Century 21s listed it, and if you see on their sign, their for sale sign, where it says exclusive broker on it, those are instances where the owner signed a waiver of broker cooperation, and all offers and inquiries have to go through the listing broker. They're not cooperating with other agents. So I called up asking questions to the listing agent. Now, keep in mind, I was trying to buy this myself. So I'm asking all these questions to the listing agent, and they're like, are you an agent? Because, I came off sounding like an agent the way that I talk and did my inquiries,
Right.
I said, yeah. And they're like, well, this is an exclusive listing, and no, I did not force the seller to sign that the waiver of broker cooperation. They wanted it. So this is an exclusive listing. So if your client's interested in the property, you could have them call me direct. We are not cooperating with other brokers. And she hung up.
Right.
Oh, what the hell? I was the buyer. So I was like, you know what? Screw this. Yeah, screw them. Let her choke on that listing. But she got lucky, and she was able to
Sell the
lease
property.
out the property. She didn't sell it; she leased it out for a long term. This is back when Edison had a school fire because a janitor put out his cigar. He was smoking or something, put out his cigar and started a fire and burned down a school in Edison. And then Edison started renting out this place in Island, because that's where the building was at. And so it was like an old, it was a property owned by the Catholic Church over there that they didn't need anymore, but they still owned it. So they were trying to sell it or do a long-term lease, and they ended up doing that with the city of Edison.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, interesting.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. So real estate is an interesting thing. No two deals are exactly alike. They have their little quirks to them, but the basics are generally the same, but they have their differences. Okay, so it's very important to know we should not try to force or introduce the waiver of broker cooperation to any of our sellers. It's only when they request that we do not cooperate with other brokers that we have them then sign that to cover our butts, because they're asking us basically not to do what we're required to, and that is share the listing with all the other agents. So we wanted to get them to sign that form that says, yeah, I advise my agent not to do that. So this way that covers our butt. You see what I mean by it's a cover your booty form? This is important to know for exams. You got 3 questions I see out of this one bullet point here. Owners, buyers, and tenants can choose whether or not to incur the cost of hiring a lawyer. Do you need a lawyer in a real estate transaction? No, you don't. But don't you tell anybody that. It's not required, but if they don't want one, we have to tell them that they have a right to hire a lawyer. And we do that by making this document called the Opinion 26 Notice sitting as the cover page on top of that contract for sale or lease that informs them of their rights to hire a lawyer. So what is the document? That must be the cover page of any contract prepared by real estate licensees, advising people they have a right to hire a lawyer.
Opinion 26 notice.
The Opinion 26 Notice, yep. And if a real estate broker is also licensed as an insurance broker, if offering to sell insurance to the client, they must confirm separately in the contract, in writing, not less than 5 days before the closing of title, that if they want to get insurance from them, they can, but they're not obligated to.
Just to confirm, so commercial contracts must have an attorney on.
Yes, commercial transactions, only an attorney can prepare the contracts. We could start the process with a term sheet or non-binding intent to purchase or lease.
Good to go. Thank you.
Okay, doke. Okie dokie. Owners, buyers, tenants can choose whether or not they want to incur the cost of hiring that lawyer. Once again, we need to advise people they have a right to hire a lawyer, and we do that by having this form now that we need to use called the Opinion 26 Notice. Most states do not use attorneys in real estate transactions. The real estate agent takes a more active role in the transaction during the negotiations before they put the contract together. And then they write the contract once with all of the agreed upon terms as agreed between the parties. However, we in New Jersey, we do things kind of backwards here. When we make an offer, we don't go back and forth. Instead, our offer is the actual contract. Then once a contract's been signed by both parties, only a lawyer can make modifications to it. Otherwise, you're practicing law without a license. So other states use these non-binding term sheets like we use in commercial real estate for residential transactions as well. And they go back and forth, and then they put the contract together once using all the agreed upon terms. So then you don't need attorneys to go modifying them later. New Jersey here, we do the opposite. We write the contract and then we send it over to the attorneys to make the changes. Sounds kind of backwards, right? Now, the southern part of New Jersey used to do things like they do in other states. They may still find agents doing it that way. It's less common now because one of the real estate agents in the southern part of Jersey had this epiphany. They said, wait a minute. All these agents are having people hire attorneys to do the stuff that we could do ourselves without needing an attorney. So we could save the clients the cost incurred by hiring a lawyer. So why don't I just advertise it that way? Maybe I'll get a lot more clients if I could advertise to you that I would like to represent you as your agent, and I take a more active role in the transaction than most other agents do, and I could save you the cost incurred by hiring a lawyer. Now, is there anything wrong with advertising that? No. However, this advertisement ended up in the mailbox of an attorney. And the attorney saw this and he was like, oh, hell no. We can't let all if we let this go. Then next thing you know, all these agents are going to be putting this in their ads. And he's going to be using attorneys for real estate transactions anymore unless they have a problem. And that's going to take so much money away from the attorneys. So the attorneys were scratching their heads and they're like, we put a stop to this. Though. You don't need a lawyer. I got an idea. Let's spin it this way. If they tell people they don't need a lawyer, aren't they depriving them of their right to hire a lawyer? So we should make a law that says, that requires agents that when they're not using lawyers, to advise them of their rights to hire one. Oh, because if they don't advise them of their rights, aren't they depriving them of their rights? You see the spin here? And this actually is what happened. Who makes the laws? Politicians, right? But who actually writes them? Lawyers. So this lawyer took it upon himself to write the Opinion 26 notice and to this disclosure that agents are going to be required to give out. And then he actually wrote up a law and went to a politician and said, hey, have you heard what's going on right now? All these agents are depriving people of their rights and they're putting them at risk and somebody should present this law, which I conveniently typed up over here for you. You could take credit for it. And he gave them the law already written up. The politician proposed it. It actually passed and became law. And now we have extra documents that we need to use in a real estate transaction because of that. So you guys are going to see exactly what I mean when we actually look at this document, this form called the Opinion 26 notice. It's like a big fear-mongering document of why you need a lawyer. Of course, conveniently written by a lawyer. And it even kind of gives a little jab at us as real estate agents that our best interest is making sure that we earn a commission rather than looking out for our client's best interest, because we only earn a commission when we close on the transaction. It's so slighted, but nonetheless, that's the law now. So don't try to buck the system. Just ask people, who are you going to use as your lawyer? Now, licensees can prepare contracts for sale or lease for residential properties for 1 to 4 families and single residential lots. Anything else is considered commercial real estate, and those contracts need to be prepared by attorneys. There we go. So this is just a recap pretty much, but yeah, Opinion 26 notice. So that's for the Opinion 26. Opinion 26 notice. And down here, the CIS, you guys get this? This is what page is that? This is page 18. Put that in here as well, page 18. So the CIS form, that stands for the Consumer Information Statement, okay? It's not CSI, it's CIS. CSI is that TV program, that drama TV. This is CIS, Consumer Information. Any licensee involved in the sale of residential real estate containing 1 to 4 family dwellings or the sale of a vacant 1-family lot or residential lease transaction for more than 125 days, because anything less than 125 days is considered a seasonal rental. I don't know why we don't got to give the disclosure for that, but that's the law. is required to supply information on brokerage business relationships to buyers and sellers, both the landlord and the tenants, in accordance to 11.5-6.9. What is 11.5? That's New Jersey Administrative Code. And what is that? Those are the rules and regulations that the Real Estate Commission creates. So involving all business relationships and all parties involved in the transaction, both verbally and in brokerage agreements, offers, contracts, or leases. The licensee must provide a copy of the CIS, the Consumer Information Statement, on these New Jersey business relationships. Now, they say it's shown in Chapter 3 here, but right after this book was recently published, the law changed. So the consumer business relationships are not in the book anymore. So my slideshows, I'm going to give you additional information that's for the relationships that are not in the book. You know, it still has the ones that are in the book are still valid, but there are additional ones now too. Okay, so just write this CIS form, page 46, 47, because that's where you could find the older CIS form. But we also have it in the shared Google Drive, the CIS form, in the supplementary documents folder. But by the way, I'm going to show it to you on screen. Okay, but before we do, the attorney review clause must be added to all contracts that we prepare. And what kind of contracts can we prepare? Residential sale and lease contracts for 1 to 4 families, right? So this is what we write in. This is the attorney review clause as written in the contract. There's 3 sections to it. The study by the attorney, the counting of time, and the notice of disapproval. So the buyer and seller may choose to have an attorney study this contract if an attorney is consulted. The attorney must complete their review of the contract within this 3-day period. The contract will be legally binding at the end of this 3-day period unless an attorney for the buyer or the seller reviews and disapproves the contract. Oh, okay. So this gets a little bit tricky the way they start wording it now. Basically, attorney review. Once both parties, let me give you a nutshell before I continue reading this. In a nutshell, this is the way it works. We get an offer to purchase or to lease, and it's accepted by the other side. Now we got a fully signed contract by both parties. We give them their duplicate original, and then within 3 business days, we need to start attorney review. We need to get the contracts to the attorneys to start the review process. So one attorney is going to send out a letter stating that they received the contract and they're starting the review. And now they have 3 days to review the contract and propose any changes to it. They can reject the contract in its current format and then propose some changes that they want to make to the contract. Or they can agree to accept it the way that it is, sign it, goes off to the other side, they sign it, and attorney review is concluded. Now, with that 3-day period, if both parties want, they could extend the 3-day period to 5 or 10 days before they have to communicate with the other side. Or they could pause the transaction until the happening of a certain event before they continue their attorney review. So these are different ways. Attorney review is not necessarily 3 days, but it is 3 days unless somebody proposes changes to the attorney review itself, and both parties can do that. So the counting of time, you count 3 business days of the date of delivery of the signed contract to both the buyer and the seller. You do not count Saturdays, Sundays, or legal holidays. Buyers and sellers may agree in writing to also extend that 3-day period like I was talking about. They could extend it, they could pause it. This is what I have written here in red. For instance, if the seller must first get approval from a judge or a lender, like if it's a short sale or something, they could pause that review until they get an acceptance from a judge or a lender or something before they continue that attorney review process. Now, So like I said, when the attorneys get that contract, one of them, they usually don't like the way our contracts are written, so they make some kind of modification. So one of them will send out the letter of disapproval. They say, we disapprove of the contract in its current format. However, if you agree to all the proposed changes that I've included here, we can conclude attorney review. Please sign here. And it goes to the other side within 3 business days. Now, the other side now has 3 business days to review it and then propose changes or accept it and get back to the other side. So attorney review is not necessarily 3 days. It's just a deadline for each side to keep the transaction going and keep communicating with each other. Attorney review can be done in a day, or it can be done in 3 months. It depends. It's just that they have 3 days to communicate with the last communication, to respond to the last communication. That's how attorney review actually works. Any questions on that? Okay. So this is the opinion 26 notice I told you about. What is that? That's that document that says that you have the right to hire a lawyer. And we have to have this as sitting as the cover page for any contract that we prepare. And what kind of contracts can we prepare? Residential sales and lease contracts for 1 to 4 families or single residential lots. So look, I wrote that stuff up here in red. Now this is the actual attorney, this is the actual opinion 26 notice. If you notice, it only says notice on it. It doesn't say opinion 26 notice anymore. It used to when I started in the biz, but now it doesn't for some reason. So this notice is to the buyer and seller. When they say buyer and seller, that's also inclusive of the landlord and tenant, because they could have attorney review too. Now, most people don't do attorney review, but that's all right. You still need to have this as the cover page because they're not using attorneys, because we need to inform them of their rights to hire one. We cannot deprive them of their rights. So look at this document. Let's read it together. You tell me if you think it's a fear-mongering document. It says, the law requires real estate brokers to give you the following information before you sign this contract. It requires us to tell you that you must read it all before you sign it. The purpose is to help you in the purchase or the sale. Now, number 1 here is basically a disclosure of agency relationships, explaining who your agency is representing in this transaction. The seller, not the buyer, not the seller, both the seller and the buyer or neither party. So you will not get legal advice unless you have your own lawyer. Neither I or anyone from the title company can give legal advice to either the buyer or the seller. If you do not have a lawyer, no one will represent you in legal matters now or at closing. And neither I nor the title company will represent you in those matters. Some title companies have attorneys on staff, so there's that. The contract is the most important part of the transaction. It determines your rights, your risks, and your obligations. And signing it's a very big step. A lawyer would better help your feeble minds understand it. Now, I know it doesn't exactly say that, but it kind of does. A lawyer would help you review the contract and help you understand it and negotiate its terms. Well, yeah, can a real estate agent do that too? The contract becomes final and binding unless your lawyer cancels it within the following 3 business days. Really? Can both parties agree to just cancel the contract on their own? Yes. Now, if you do not have a lawyer, you cannot change or cancel the contract. What's this next word here? Can somebody read that out loud? What's that?
Unless.
Unless.
So you can change or cancel the contract without the attorney. Words matter. That little word, unless, right, is right there. Unless the other party agrees. Well, I tell you what, attorneys can't change or cancel the contract unless the other party agrees as well. Unless it's an attorney review, actually, that's not completely true. You don't even need a reason to cancel a contract. Neither can the real estate broker nor the title insurance company change the contract. After both parties have signed it, that is correct. Another important service of a lawyer is to order a survey. You guys know what a survey is? It's you get somebody that comes out and they map out your boundaries of your property. So they draw a map of your property and where the property line is, and they do the measurements and all that. That's a survey. A title report. So a survey is one type of inspection, basically. And then you have a title report. Basically, you get that when you order title insurance. You could do a title search. It's a way to try to find out if the word title means ownership. Okay. So a title report is a report pertaining to the ownership of the property that you searched the public records, or you had a professional you paid to search the public records to make sure there were no outstanding liens on the property that you were unaware of. No lawsuit judgments or anything like that have been turned into liens against the property before you buy it. Because liens, they transfer with the property, not the property owner. Okay, liens attached to the property, not to the property owner. So it's important to find out if a property has liens on it before you buy it, right? Do you want to buy a property for its sale price, plus find out that there's $100,000 in additional liens on it because the seller got sued and then they put a lien on the property? Wouldn't you want to know about that before you bought it? So it's important type of inspection. We all know about the home inspection where the guy's looking for stuff, making sure the furnace ain't gonna blow up and that the water heater works and the roof don't leak. There's no rodents and things of that nature, right? But there's other sorts of inspections. We have the survey and the title report. Now, it says here that a lawyer, part of the job of the lawyer, or an important service of the lawyer, is to order the survey and title. Can a real estate agent order the service and title? Can the home buyer themselves order the title search and a survey? They sure can. You don't need a lawyer to do that. But you know why they want you to? Because often lawyers, title companies. So they make money off of it, even though they usually put it in their spouse's name, so it's not like an obvious conflict of interest. Just my 2 cents, throwing it out there, things I've observed over the years. Or other important reports. The lawyer will review them and help you resolve any questions that may arise about the ownership and condition of the property. These reports and the survey can cost you a lot of money. That is true. A lawyer will also prepare the documents needed to close the title and represent you at the closing. A buyer without a lawyer runs special risks. Here comes that fear mongering again. Only a lawyer can advise you about what to do if problems arise concerning the purchase of the property. Yes and no. The problems may be about the seller's title. Well, this is true. Only the title company or the attorney can clear up title issues. We're not supposed to get involved in that. The size or shape of the property when they do the survey. Only a competent surveyor can make changes to that. Or other matters that affect the value of a property. If either the broker or the title company knows about them, these problems, they should tell you, but they may not recognize the problem, see it from your point of view, or know what to do. So they're basically saying you're incompetent. Ordinarily, the broker and the title company have an interest in seeing that the sale is completed because only then do they receive their commission. So now they're making it sound like we only care about our commissions and not our clients. Oh, that's dirty, underhanded trick that these attorneys who made this Opinion 26 report put in there. So their interest may differ from yours. Yeah, wow. You tell me, does that sound like a fear-mongering document to use an attorney and not to trust your real estate agent? Jesus. So when you retain a lawyer, it's up to you. It's your decision. The purpose in this notice is to make sure you have all the information you need to make that decision. So the screwed up part is they make us look like incompetence, that the commission's only thing that we care about. When in fact we need to follow legal fiduciary responsibilities, that we need to put our clients' interests first above all others. And the only time when agents don't do that is when they're breaking the law. Okay? So most agents don't break the law. Most agents do look out for their client's best interest. So this paragraph is pretty dirty and underhanded. But either way now, it is the document that needs to be sitting as the cover page on top of every contract that we prepare when to let people know that they have a right to hire a lawyer. That attorney was smart. They did a good job trying to protect their interests, right? In the meantime, most other states out there, they don't use attorney review. When I had my first referral from an out-of-state agent who referred me somebody that was selling or buying their home, I forget which it was, in New Jersey, and we got a property under contract, and it was an attorney review. It was agreed, and it was an attorney review. The agent called up to find out the status of the referral business that he sent me, and I was like, oh, everything's fine, everything's going well. We're in attorney review now. He started yelling at me over the phone. He's like, "What's going to happen? Well, you're an attorney." I couldn't for the life of me understand why he was freaking out. And then he started to explain to me, he's like, yeah, where we're from, we don't use attorneys unless there's an actual problem with the transaction, then attorneys get involved. Otherwise, real estate agents, we take care of these things among ourselves. And then if problems arise, then we hire an agent. So we usually do those non-binding term sheets back and forth. Then we write up the contract once, and we don't need an attorney, So that was an interesting scenario way for me to learn about, how most places in the country don't actually use attorneys unless there's a problem. Now, one interesting thing on this, look at the signature lines. You have the buyers that sign on this side, and you have the sellers that sign on this side. And the selling broker signs here. Who is the selling broker? It's actually the buyer's agent. What? Well, an attorney did draw this contract up anyway. I guess their frame of mind when they drew this up was that they're the selling broker because they introduced the buyer and were the cause of the sale. So ergo, they're the selling broker. It's kind of backwards, You're actually the buyer's agent signing as the seller's broker, which is on the same side where the seller signs. So a lot of agents even get this wrong. I'm pointing this out to you because a lot of agents get this wrong. It's not the seller's agent that signs on this line. It is you as the buyer's agent that does. So that's why I have it written in here who the parties are. Okay. All right. So the FSBO stuff and price fixing and the Sherman Antitrust Act, we're going to go over that stuff in detail after our lunch break. Yes, it's that time. All right, so we have the Sherman Antitrust Act here that requires us to compete with each other instead of working with the competition. It's better for the public that way. So when dealing with for sale by owners, we never had listings with them. We never went over all the proper disclosures with them. So we have to put these disclosures in the contracts that state that we do not set our prices that we charge them for the services performed through any collusion with any governmental authority, trade association, MLS, or other brokerage firms. We set our own fees. And we don't allocate markets either. We don't work with the competition to try to divvy up the market the market area. So this is the actual disclosure that we have to put in the contracts once again, that says, as seller, you have the right to individually reach an agreement on any fee, commission, or any other valuable consideration with any broker, and that none of these fees or other considerations have been fixed by any governmental authority, trade association, or MLS. So price fixing is an agreement between competing firms to establish an industry standard on the commission rates we charge the public. It's prohibited by federal and state laws. Federal law is the Sherman Antitrust Act. It prohibits both price fixing and allocation of markets. It's also prohibited by the Real Estate Commission. Violating the Sherman Antitrust Act is considered a misdemeanor crime. However, that misdemeanor crime is punishable by a maximum $1 million for an individual and up to 10 years in prison. But penalties can be higher for corporations and trade groups and such, which the fines and penalties can be upwards of 100 million or more. Plus, 3 times the damages of that may have been caused if anybody claims damages. Okay. So let's turn to page 55. I know it's chapter 3, but let's turn there and let's do the highlighting. And we're going to write this next to the title where it says antitrust laws. We're going to write Sherman Antitrust Act, and then we'll do these highlights. So what should you do if one of your friends, an agent from a competing firm, starts talking about the fees for the services they perform, or they start asking you about them? You have to immediately disassociate yourself from the slightest discussion of those commission rates with members from competing firms. Agents within your own office, you could have training. You could even do role playing on how you're going to go about asking for commissions. But for agents from the competing firms, you avoid that conversation altogether.
Can I ask a question here?
Sure.
You're saying about commissions. Are you allowed to discuss commissions? Like if you're trying to do information about finding out which, firm you want to sign up with, can you ask an agent from there? What are the commissions? How's the split and stuff like that?
Well, what commissions are you talking about? You're talking about the splits between the broker and the agent. You're not talking, this is talking about the fees we charge the public for the work that we do.
Meaning?
We charge them fees to try to sell their home or to work with a buyer to try to help them buy a home. What is the commission rate we're charging them? How do we go about getting them to pay that rate? What's the fees that we charge?
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So, okay, so yeah, when you go get a listing, how much are you going to charge me to market my property and sell my property? That's basically what we're talking about here. You didn't set that fee. How did you go about getting that high commission rate, or how did you go about how did you present it to the owner or the buyer? Because you could collect commissions from either these days now. You know, that's what they're talking about. We're not talking about an agent that asks, uh, hmm, what are the commission splits between you and the brokerage firm? So if I start working here, that's a question you should be asking the broker anyway. Different brokers have different ways that they come about to charge these things. Some of them have predefined fee schedules that's tied to your experience or tied to your performance, which is even better. Um, or some just say, "Oh, we'll start you at this amount, and then we'll see how things go." I don't like those because you could have two agents. One's a better agent doing more work, and they're getting paid a lower rate than the other guy. I like it in writing, and most brokers have commission fee schedules of what they uh, what they could charge for split, what they could split with their agents, and it really depends on, you know, well, first of all, their office. One broker cannot set the fees, their splits with their agents, based on what the agency down the street is doing, because they may have different buildings. One may be a crap hole, the other one may be a beautiful building. The beautiful building is going to cost more. It's going to be more of an expense too involved to maintain and all that. So they're going to need the money to maintain it. So it's they may not be able to offer you a higher split. Uh, the They may offer more tools to their agents and more training and more uh, gadgets or whatever, and whatever it is that they're offering, those things come at a cost. And the broker's also in the business to make money, and so are you. So the broker needs to cover some of these costs. So one broker cannot decide what their splits are with their agent based on what another brokerage does, because they may be doing different things with their agents. They may have different office spaces, different quality of materials, software, services available to their agents, and all these things cost money. So they have to base it on their own budget, you know. But this is talking about not that split. This is talking about the split. This is talking about the fee that you're charging the owner to sell their home or list it for rent, or what you charge a buyer or a renter, depending who you're charging the commission to. Okay, that's what this is talking about. All right. So as you can see, yeah, Sherman Antitrust Act, yeah, it was passed in the 1890s. But the Sherman Antitrust Act, this was actually used to split up Standard Oil into 32 different oil companies when it was the only oil company around. You guys saw those documentary series, The Men Who Made America, The Titans of Industry, or American, what was it called? American Dynasties. It went by several different names depending what channel you were watching. Um, but they're excellent series, by the way. And I do have links to those in the Class Links Word document. I have lists to a whole bunch of movies that we mentioned in this class, or documentaries or series. I got all the links to them in that Word document as well. Anyway, you guys got this all down, I'm sure, by now. So next page, 56. Let's continue highlighting. Violations occur when competing firms agree to act together in these matters. Under the Sherman Antitrust Act, people fix prices. Here's what the terms are, the penalties.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, is there any movie in particular you recommend us to watch?
Oh yeah. Well, for this is the series. If you watch that one, let me see if I can pull it up on my. I could get it in the Word document, but you can look it up online. Let me see. Let me see if I can pull it up. Like the Titans of Industry, the Men Who Made America, something along those lines. Give me 1 second, I'll look for it. You take your notes, you do the highlights while I look for this. Yeah, I got tons of them, which I need to add all those links to our class links Word document there, but I got tons of great ones. There used to be a series on TV called How the States Got Their Shapes. That's a really good one. The Men Who Built America TV miniseries. So here's one. Collapse that. Yeah, The Men Who Built America. That's one of the mini series here, which was great. You can watch all these episodes online even. You can still watch them on cable TV. Uh, New Wars, Bloody Battles, Changing the Game. Because how do these titans of industry come up with their ideas? Some of these things happen because of wars or the immigration or whatever it is. There's a lot of different things that came about, like see civil wars and landscape of the country by this. I'm not sure what this one is about. Doesn't get to it. It covers Civil War, largest phase in history. Okay, this one is for railroads and oil. Yeah, oil changed America. J.P. Morgan arrives. Okay, let's see. Then we have the railroads, oil, and then steel, and then electricity as well. The battle for electricity. I think this one, when one ends, another begins. This one was with the oil. Where the oil industry this is the one with the Sherman Antitrust Act, I think, where they used it to break Standard Oil into 32 different oil companies, which was a very interesting episode. And the reenactments, it's a really good story. Here, let me just copy this and I'll share it with you in the chat window. Okay, that's one series. We call this one The Men Who Built America. Let's see. Titans of Industry. Sherman Antitrust Act. Here's that. I got a news story about the chicken providers. Yeah, I have these links in the class links Word document somewhere. So we could just search for them right here. So Titans. There we go. Here's a bunch of them that I have. The Men Who Built America, Titans of Industry. Then that's a series from the History Channel. We have American Dynasties. That's another series. The Cartel, which is about government spending and waste in education, which is interesting because I was actually watching that news on during the lunch break. Had to peel myself away to come back here. They were talking about how Trump got the Supreme Court to give him permission to start doing some firing of some government federal employees in the Department of Education, instead of going for the elimination of the Department of Education. And this way they could do some of the cutbacks because of all the waste in education. We keep spending more and more money on education, and yet the performance is going down and down and down. We're getting worse and worse test scores, and hell, look at New Jersey. What was it? Last year or the year before, our Governor Murphy, he agreed to Department of Education's and New Jersey Department of Education's request to eliminate proficiency testing of teachers to learn to be able to read or write or do math. How the hell can you teach if you don't know how to do the job yourself? you know? Uh, So, I mean, but yet they ask for more money. What's the money going for? Is it for our gender studies? Is it going for parties and all kinds of other nonsense that's non-educational, that has nothing to do with something that's going to lead you to be a productive member of society? So these are some issues. So this cartel, this is an older documentary that used New Jersey as the base, showing you how the tax dollars are being wasted and spent. And this is back. This is a couple years back. The Big Short. This was a Hollywood movie that was about the real estate mortgage market crash of 2006. The Money Pit. It's just a funny movie about real estate. People buying a couple buying a fixer-upper. I got all kinds of movies. Stripes. Well, because we start talking about military, I think, in the mortgage chapter. We start talking about benefits and stuff. And I mentioned something that was comedic, and some students there, like, they never heard of the movie, and I think it's like a hilarious movie. So I was like, yeah, I threw it in there. So I got all kinds of movies here and things like that nature. Far and Away. We'll see a clip in one of our slides from this movie, Far and Away, with Nicole Kidman and Tom Cruise, about immigrants coming to the United States. When the United States was giving away pieces of land, all you needed to do is claim it and use the land and build on it, and then the land could become yours. That was actually something that happened in history. So this movie uses a very famous scene and picture in it. So even though I mentioned just a short clip that we go over, I give you the links to the movie. Uh, well, this thing about Bob Massey, I can't find any of these episodes anymore. They took them all off the air. There used to be a Sunday program every Sunday by this, it's a real estate program by this real estate attorney. His name was Bob Massey, the property man, it was called. He explained adverse possession and all kinds of issues. And this was a great series on the Fox Business Channel on Sundays. And he died, and all the episodes, can't find him anywhere. I don't know if you guys come across them. Let me know. I'd love to air them. I even reached out to his family, but I never got a response. Let me see. Money as Debt. This is a documentary video I'm going to show you that's made it out of. I think every kid should be required to watch this in the high school. It's a cartoon movie made by a world economist that shows how money works and how it gets its value and how lending works and how banking works. Hell, a lot of adults should watch this. How the States Got Their Shapes. That's an excellent series. Here's another one. World's Worst Tenants. That was a great one. Reenactments of issues with actual tenants. Hotel Impossible, Bar Rescue, Alaskan Gold Rush, just because we talk about when we talk about ground leases and such and mineral leases. Alaskan Gold Rush is a series that's on TV, and it just goes over those things. Let's see, documentary about ship discovered under the World Trade Centers. I actually have links to that stuff. I just didn't put them in here yet, so I'll get them up there. Here's some good books and speakers on real estate matters. You have The Art of the Deal by Donald Trump. You have Rich Dad, Poor Dad by Robert Kiyosaki. And then Tony Robbins. He's a motivational speaker, and he actually shows up at some of the real estate events as a speaker for him. And it's pretty good. He's a pretty good speaker. I can always add more and more things here, but and I have links to a lot more than you see here, like this, The Men Who Built America, Titans of Industry. And that one that I just sent you, what was that called? Let me see, American Dynasty. And the one that I just sent you, it was The Men Who Built America. That's what it was called.
The book that changed my life was Rich Dad Poor Dad, Robert Kiyosaki.
Yeah, great book, right?
That one changed my life. Yeah, that one.
Yeah, even I read it twice, in fact. Because I went slow, second time more slow. Very realistic.
He's on YouTube too. You can watch his videos. He puts out videos all the time, and he's got some great ones about just the things that his book is about. He often talks about money as debt. Money is debt, you know, uh, and it's an interesting concept. It's so simple though that most people don't understand it and they can't grasp it and they got to read it 5 times and try to figure out what the hell he's talking about. But it's really simple concept, but it's kind of hard to explain because most people don't grasp how could debt be money? How could you have money from debt? It's a really interesting concept. But these people are geniuses. If you look at any YouTube videos out there, you know what? I think I got it bookmarked somewhere. There's this young black guy. He's a millionaire. Some kind of an investor. And this guy, he explains things so good about money and debt and how you really don't want to own anything. You want to be making payments on it because the interest is deductible and all that stuff. How it actually costs you more to own things. The rest of you could be in possession of things and using things like cars and houses and stuff like that, but you don't need to directly own them. A lot of people, our vanity is what requires us to have direct ownership of them, but rich people don't do that. Rich people often don't own things directly. It's a interesting concept. Anyway, look at those books, read those books, follow up on those people. I'll try to get some of those other videos too, which I will make a note of. I may have even posted them on our Facebook page because I do post some of these things on our Career Path Academy Facebook page. Let me see. I'm just going to make a note about this one guy because I can't remember his name. I think he's some kind of investor, but also an accountant. I, I forget. I'll get his information and I'll share it with you guys. But yeah, loads of videos and stuff like that. As you could see, we're just right here in this ClassLinks Word document. I got a bunch of them. Now this is the new ClassLinks Word document. I may have a couple more in the older one.
And there's this person, Ken McElroy, who's like in the real estate. Like he was recommended a lot by Robert Kiyosaki. Uh, like they work together. So I used to listen to a lot of his real estate whatever advice and all he has
Uh-huh.
because he's I think so in Arizona where Robert Kiyosaki is, and he gives a lot of insight into the current status of the market from real estate point of view and how it's going to be in the upcoming months and all.
Hmm.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what? I also give you resources in this class. We're also going to, I'll also be sharing with you in this class um, some pretty good resources too, uh, pertaining to people who can help you out with things like that and share and give you education and videos for that stuff. We're learning about tax sales, tax auctions, investing in tax lien certificates, things like that. We'll get into that when we get to the tax chapter in chapter 9, I believe. Um, and there's training that we could get as far as dealing with new construction, teaching you about the elements of new construction and building, and then how to deal with builders and speak their language, and how you can make a lot of money tying yourself to builders because they build homes constantly and then they got to sell them. Most real estate agents, they don't even think about working as a buyer's agent for new construction or working directly with builders, to help sell the properties. It's a interesting course, and there's a lot of educational resources. Bottom line, okay, don't want to waste too much time on that. Okay, so you guys got these highlights, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let me see what else. Okay, back to page 19. This is the bottom half of the page. agency relationships, and I got an arrow pointing to the previous page where it says broker business relationships, the CIS form. Yeah, they're tied directly to this. So I got this pointing, that's what that arrow is pointing to the CIS form on the previous page, where they talk about the CIS form anyway. So we have broker and buyer business relationships. We get into exclusive buyer agency agreements with buyers. Brokers as a disclosed dual agent. What is a dual agent? Well, there's a sample agreement for the seller on page 51, but a disclosed dual agency, there's nothing wrong with dual agency, working with both the seller and the buyer in the transaction. However, they need to be aware that you're working with both the seller and the buyer in the transaction. Undisclosed dual agency is illegal, but there's nothing wrong with disclosed dual agency. Now, dual agency, a lot of people also think that that means specifically you are working with both the seller and the buyer, so that's dual agency. But dual agency can also be that, say, you and I both work for the same brokerage. You're working with the seller, I'm working with the buyer, and the buyer I'm working with wants to see your listing. Guess what? That's dual agency, because we fall under the same agency umbrella, the same roof. We work under the same roof, right? The same broker. So the brokerage, we're representatives of the broker. So the brokers, the agency is representing both parties in the transaction. It's not about who you personally are working with, it's who the agency is representing in the transaction. You guys follow that? So that's what they mean by dual agency. So it's when you're working as a disclosed dual agent, there's nothing wrong with that, as long as it's disclosed that our company is representing both parties in the transaction. It may not necessarily be you working with both parties. It could be another agent working with the buyer and you're working with the seller. It's still dual agency, and it still needs to be disclosed to both parties that we're working as a dual agent. And then we have transaction broker. There's nothing in the law says that you need to work as in the capacity of an agent. You could work as a transaction broker. The differences lie is when you're working with somebody as a buyer's agent, seller's agent, disclosed dual agent, or this new agency type, which you're not going to find in this book, designated agency. You have the word agent there, or agency. That means that you have a fiduciary duty to the clients that you're working with. Fiduciary duties are legal responsibilities that we owe to those that we are working with. A transaction broker does not have these fiduciary duties. They just need to treat everybody fairly and honestly in the transaction. They don't need to represent anybody legally in any way. So they're not bound by any legal obligation other than treating everybody fairly and honestly. So designated agency is when a broker assigns one agent within their company to represent the seller and another agent within their company to represent the buyer. Only, exclusively. Normally that would be dual agency, but this was just passed into law in New Jersey now, where a broker can assign one agent in the same brokerage firm to represent the seller only, one to represent the buyer only. They're not to discuss with each other any knowledge that they have, because you don't give up any information that your client told you in confidence to the other party. Okay, so if we have both agents now working within the same company, we want to make sure that they're not doing that either. So the broker is still working as a dual agent because it is their company, and they're both their broker's client. However, the individual agents themselves can represent only one party in the transaction, with the broker overseeing it, making sure that both agents are not disclosing anything that they're not supposed to the other side. If your client tells you something in confidence, you're not supposed to go disclosing it to the other side. So that's what designated agency is. Okay. So the designated agency must be in writing. It's different from dual agency, where one agent represents both or the seller and the buyer in the same transaction. They must not place one client's interest above the other, and they must keep confidential any information their clients share with them. So basically, if you have a client as a seller and a buyer approaches you to purchase that same property, can you work as a designated agent? If you're a listing agent, can you work as a designated agent when a buyer also comes to you interested in that listing?
I would say yes.
As long as we don't share the information each one gives.
Designated agent works exclusively with one or the other, the seller or the buyer, not both. Disclosed dual agent can work with both. Or you could work with just the seller as their designated agent, and you could work with a buyer as a transaction broker. You don't represent them. Okay, you're only representing the seller. So a transaction broker, what is that? It's basically an agent, a licensee, who's just working as a manager of the transaction. They're doing everything that an agent would do, except they don't have the fiduciary legal responsibilities that you have when you're working as an agent. Seller's agent only, buyer's agent only, disclosed dual agent, or designated agent. So you should have a brokerage service agreement that says what exactly you're doing in exchange for the fees you're earning. That even becomes more important when you're working as a transaction broker. All right, so, let me copy this little explanation down here and put that into my note thingamajig. Where did I leave off? Okay. Okay, so okay, then we can move on. Business agency relationships. Okay, so let's continue. Make sure I'm sharing the slideshow with you. I am. So we had the buyer's agent. We can work exclusively as a buyer's agent. So you're going to want exclusive buyer agency agreement in place with them. In the past, most agents, they did not use these. I don't know why. I always told agents that they should, to ensure that, these are business relationships. Think of them just like personal relationships. You're building a personal relationship with this person for business purposes, right? But think of them as personal relationships for a second, and it becomes a lot easier to understand them. Why would you want an exclusive buyer agency agreement with a buyer? Well, to maybe try to ensure that they don't cheat on you. Imagine for a second, if you will, you enter into a relationship with a woman or a man, and you can actually have a contract with them that they're not going to cheat on you. And if they do, you're going to get some sort of compensation out of it, right? So this is the same kind of a situation here when working with buyers. A lot of agents are like, yeah, you're not asking the right questions. You're not probing them good enough yet. Well, they'll lie to you. Okay, well, then get an exclusive buyer's agency agreement in place. I've had situations before, when I first moved over to Edison. I started working in Oranges in West Orange, and when I moved to the next agency, I started working in I worked in a different area first, but then when I moved to Edison, and I first opened my office in Edison, it's really the first time I started experiencing this. And it was quite common. And so I don't know if it's just a cultural thing or what, but you had a lot of buyers that would go out there searching for a home. They'd come working with you, and then next thing you know, they disappear and they're putting an offer in with their sister or their cousin or someone who has a real estate license. It's as if they told them that, hey, don't waste my time. Go waste their time and money searching for a home. When you find something that you want to buy, you know what? Come back to me and I'll put the offer in for you. And would you want to be the agent that was running them around like that? Wasting your time, your gas, your money, thinking this is a legitimate client. In the meantime, they're just looking to screw you over, just waste your time so that they could put the offer in with their family member or friend. Man, that's messed up. I never experienced that before until I got to Edison. When I started working in Edison, crap happened all the time. So everybody I started working with, I did an exclusive buyer's agency agreement with. And then I even got buyers that they're like, oh, no, don't worry. I don't work with agents, but don't worry. If you're the one that shows me the property that I buy, you'll get paid the commission. I'm like, I'm not worried. Why would I be worried? I'm going to have you sign an exclusive buyer agency agreement that basically says what you just said. So you shouldn't have a problem signing this. Oh, no, I'm not signing that. I was like, well, then I'm not working with you. What the hell? There's a metric which I measure all things by, whether I'm going to work with somebody or not, or if I'm going to do something or not. And it's a saying, it's a simple saying. Is the juice worth the squeeze? That's a question we need to ask ourselves. You need to ask yourself that in your personal life, in your business life, for every decision you make. Ask yourself, is the juice worth the squeeze on this one for me? Is it worth the effort that I'm putting into this, to take this risk working with this person? Is the juice worth the squeeze? So sometimes I just told buyers, I ain't working with you. Bye-bye. It actually feels kind of good. I mean, at first, the first time you may ever do something like that, working with a seller or a buyer, you decide that you don't want to work with them. You just basically give them the brush off. It would be like, oh man, I lost that money. Did you? Did you really? And then you get the realization, what? I feel pretty good telling them to basically go piss off. They're going to waste my time, and I told them I'm not going to deal with it. My time's valuable, and that's the attitude you guys need to have. As long as you're not brushing people off for discriminatory reasons, it's because of legitimate business reasons like this, no problem with it. So I have done that. I haven't done it a lot, but I have done it before. So When working with buyers, I always tell people to have an exclusive buyer's agency agreement in place. And now, since the law changed where we got to have some sort of a brokerage service agreement with buyers and sellers as well, you could have this exclusive buyer's agency agreement built into that brokerage service agreement. And it kills two birds with one stone. Basically says, I show you any properties, you agree to exclusively work only with me. You're not working with any other agents right now. And if I show you any property, that you're going to put the offer in through me. You know, what's wrong with that? So let's see. Okay, so we were reading broker as a transaction broker. The state recognized that nowhere in licensing law it mandates that licensees must act as agents when rendering real estate services. Licensees in New Jersey have the option of functioning as a transaction broker without creating an agency relationship of the parties to the transaction. The CIS, the Consumer Information Statement, for the commission's definition, you could read on that. Okay, so transaction brokers are under the same obligation to make reasonable efforts to ascertain material information. Now, yes, we're going to learn about what material information is on the physical condition of the property. So material information is any information usually about the physical condition of a property that a buyer would place importance in wanting to know and could affect their decision in purchasing. It's not necessarily problems with the property. It could be how many bedrooms, how many bathrooms. That affects the physical condition of a property. And could that affect your decision in purchasing a home? How many bedrooms and how many bathrooms it has? What type of heating fuel is used to heat the home, whether it's oil or natural gas or something else, right? But you could also have material information on buyers. The material information with buyers usually stems from their ability to be able to get a loan to purchase the property. That's information the seller would want to know and consider important before proceeding. So, under certain unusual circumstances, a broker may act as an agent for one party, working as a designated agent or an exclusive seller's agent, and a seller's agent only, and then work as a transaction broker with the other party, such as when one party refuses to offer or they don't want you to work as a dual agent. They only want to represent them.
So I had a question the agent can either be a dual agent or a designated agent or a transaction agent, anything.
You could be a seller's agent only, buyer's agent only, disclosed dual agent, or a designated agent. Those are the four types of agency relationships now in New Jersey. There used to be only 3 designated agencies new. And you could also work as a transaction broker, which is not in an agency capacity, meaning you do not owe fiduciary duties to those you're working with. You only have to treat them fairly and honestly. Now, those fiduciary duties I keep talking about, we'll learn about in Chapter 3. When we go over Chapter 3, I don't want to get into them just yet.
So there are 5 places where we can work.
Business relationships.
Business relationships.
There are 4 agency relationships.
Okay.
So the new type of agency is that's now available is called designated agency, where a broker assigns an agent to work as a buyer's agent and another to work as a seller's agent, both working under the same broker, who the broker will be a dual agent. Oh, that was awfully written there. I'm sorry about that. Let me try to clarify that one a bit. Broker assigns an agent to work as a buyer's agent only, and another to work as a seller's agent only. both working under the same broker who will act as dual agents. There we go. All right. The CIS now, that Consumer Information Statement. You guys may want to snap a picture of this slide because you got everything you need to know about CIS. Consumer Information Statement. We must give it to anyone we intend to do business with. It's only required for residential transactions. It explains the different types of agency and the transaction broker, the different business relationships. So we have to give it to anyone we intend to do business with. Disclosure of agency relationship, or, that's incorrect. Let me clarify that one a bit too. A disclosure of business relationships describing how your agency intends to work with or represent someone. It is the first thing, the first document given to anyone you intend to do business with, required by, according to 11.5, the Administrative Code 11.5.6.9, before any discussion of the motivation or financial situation is initiated. So before you start talking to someone about why you're looking to move, what's your time frame, have you been approved for a mortgage yet, or any other types of questions, the first thing you got to do before you start engaging in those business questioning is you got to give the person the CIS form and explain it to them. Why? Wouldn't you want to know if the person who you're talking to and disclosing how much you've been approved for, what your time frame is, and if there's any urgency or anything like that, before you disclose any anything that could compromise your negotiation stance? Wouldn't you want to know if that agent is actually going to be representing you or not? If you're the buyer or seller, wouldn't you want to know if they're going to be representing you in part or in whole before you start disclosing to them all these things about your urgency to move or buy, or your ability to get a loan and how much you can get and how much you're willing to pay? Wouldn't you want to know before you disclose that to the person that you're talking to if they're going to be working with you or against you? So, look, when people walk into an open house, who's that agent that's sitting in that open house representing? You guys know what an open house is?
The seller.
Okay, so I got one person here that said the seller, and that is true.
The showing of a home?
So yeah, well, the open house is when you got a listing and you open it to the public, so anybody can walk off the front, off the street and walk into the house, go looking through it, to consider buying it, So the agent who kicked the owner out of the house so that they could conduct this open house, who do you think they're representing? Yeah, they're representing the seller. Okay. Now, common sense would tell you that, but common sense apparently ain't so common because people have done lawsuits over this. Oh, the agent was so helpful and helping me out and answering all my questions. I thought they were representing me in the transaction and not the seller. Duh, you walked in off the street. Who do you think they were representing? They were sitting in his house. They were representing the seller already. But lawsuits come about for crazier things than this, So now we have another disclosure we need to give, the CIS, the Consumer Information Statement, so that people who walk in off the street who don't have common sense will know who you're actually representing in the transaction, no matter how helpful you've been. You've been sitting in that house representing the seller the whole time, trying to sell their home. You're obviously representing the seller, but I guess it's not so obvious to some. So we need to disclose it to them. Hey, I'm representing the seller, not you. But
So every time you go into an open house, they're going to give you such a document?
yes,
Interesting.
it's required by law.
Oh,
Now,
okay.
agents are probably not going to stick it in your hand and explain it to you.
Right.
They'll have it there on the table next to their business cards in the property sheet. You know,
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
mostly when I went to these open houses, they just have regular the paper with the photo of the picture of the home and the details. I mean, maybe they are not so formal.
is that they need to have a sign-in sheet
Okay,
and they need to have the CIS form.
okay.
Probably folded up, kind of looks like a brochure. And it's just words, and it says Consumer Information Statement. Most people never grab them. But the agent should put it in their hand and explain to them, hey, I'm representing the seller, not you in this transaction. And because of that, because they don't do that, there actually is we didn't get to it yet. There's another flyer. There's a poster that we need to have at open houses now. It's required by the new law since this lawsuit and everything. It created all these additional forms and disclosures we need to do. It's basically a poster that says, let me see if it's coming up here in this slideshow. It is coming up somewhere, but where's the example of it? Oh, I'll have a link to it on the next slide. So I'll show it to you. I'll open it up. It's basically a poster that basically says, hey, I represent you, I represent the seller. You tell me is not. Sorry? So I reported back. I got to report it back to the seller. Anything you tell me, it's not going to be in confidence because I only represent the seller. However, I could represent you as well as a disclosed dual agent. So in that case, I'll be representing both parties in the transaction. Or I could represent you as a transaction broker or a designated agent or what have you. Well, not a designated agent because you're already representing the seller. So the flyer basically goes over and spells all this out too, because the agent often did not. So now if you have a real estate investigator and they drive by and they see an open house sign, sometimes they just walk into the open house and they're like, okay, you got cookies, you've got drinks, you got a nice little spread layout here, you got property flyers, mortgage documents, your business cards. Okay, you got the CIS form. That's good. You got a sign-in sheet. There's a new requirement for that poster. I don't see that poster anywhere. Boom. You could get a fine for that because it's a requirement. If you don't have the CIS form, you could get a fine for that. You don't have a sign-in sheet. Boom. You'll get a fine for that. Okay, so
About that poster,
mhm.
isn't it obvious that when you said that common sense is not so common now, I'm remembering. Okay.
Wait, hold on. Just to confirm, the sign-in sheet, the CIS form, and the business card, and what is it?
Well, you don't have to have business cards there.
Okay.
the sign-in sheet, you have to have that, the poster, the new poster that explains to people without common sense who you're representing. And
Oh,
that,
the poster. Okay.
Okay,
okay?
what exactly is in the poster? Like it just says,
Next slide. I don't want to answer right now because it's coming up like literally. I just want to get this slide. Okay. So I'm sorry, I'm not pushing you off on there. I just need to get through the lesson here. So
right,
let me get to the three things you have to have. You have to have the CIS form, you have to have the sign-in sheet, and you have to have the poster that basically says, I represent the seller. It could represent you. Let's go over the different ways that I could work with you on the CIS form. That's basically what the poster says. It's not a bad idea to have another poster that you would make up on your own and have it at an open house. If the person has security cameras in their home, especially if they record sound as well, you should have some sort of a disclosure that audio and visual recording is in place, is going on. So this way, you cannot, you or the seller cannot be accused of illegal wiretapping. You know, by you coming into the open house, you're agreeing contractually that through the implication of you staying there and not leaving, that you're okay with them recording you. Okay, but that'll be another slide. I'll show you on to a little video on it. So owners, you're only required to give it to it's only required for residential transactions, and it has to be given to both the owners and the buyers or tenants. It's not required for short-term rentals, less than 125 days, or commercial transactions. And the law specifically states the font size cannot be smaller than a 12-point font size, requiring somebody to bust out with a magnifying glass to be able to read the document. Okay, because you want to squeeze everything on one page. It's actually a longer document now since they added the additional type of agency, the designated agency now. So this is everything you need to know about the CIS form. CIS stands for Consumer Information Statement. It's a disclosure of business relationships describing how your agency intends to work with or represent someone. It's the first thing document given to anyone you intend to do business with. It's required according to the Administrative Code 11.5, 6.9 before any discussion of the motivation or financial situation is initiated. Only required for residential transactions, and it has to be given to everyone, owners, buyers, and tenants. Not required for short-term rentals, less than 125 days, or commercial properties, and the minimum font size must be 12 points. You're not going to get an exam question on the font size. That's just for your own edification I put in there, okay? So these are broker business relationships. Okay, so we got buyers, we got the buyer's agency, we got seller's agency. Put this down here. You can work as a buyer's agent only. You can work as a seller's agent only. You could work as a disclosed dual agent. You can work as a designated agent, or you could work as a transaction broker, which is basically a manager of the transaction. which is a manager of the transaction, doing everything an agent does, but does not owe fiduciary duties to anyone. They must treat everybody fairly and honestly. There we go. That's it. T, 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 T. Sorry about that. Just doing a little formatting here. Boom, 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 boom.
So I was just, having a question.
Mhm.
It's on page 46. It doesn't specify the designated agency. It just says 4 types.
Yes, this book, this type of agency was created right after this book was published.
Oh, okay.
It's new. I told you it's new. It's really new. All right. So this update came out August 13th, 2024, last year. Went only into effect this year. Okay, so this is an update from the Real Estate Commission to brokers of records from the Department of Banking and Insurance, which issued this bulletin on their website for the Real Estate Commission. This is by the way, here's the Real Estate Commission's website link. Let me share it with you. Here's the Real Estate Commission's website. It's a division of the Department of Banking and Insurance, the Real Estate Commission. You know, they got the administrative code rules and the statutes here, licensing and education, online licensing services, qualifying questionnaires, all kinds of information here. Enforcement activity, that's where I get those disciplinary actions page where it comes up with all those people that were found guilty of doing things. You know, it has a lot of information here that I've gone over with you already. That the real estate licensing laws, known as the NJ statutes 4515, the Real Estate Commission was established in required licensing and was established in 1921. You know, print your real estate license here. They've got updates about the license cycle renewal for 2025 and who does not need to take CE to renew their licenses and who does. Remember, we went over all this stuff. It is right on the Real Estate Commission's website. This is their latest bulletin, which I'm showing you right now about brokerage services and changes in the law. Here's a letter to property owners. This is about housing discrimination, the Attorney General's memorandum, which we're going to go over in Chapter 4. Questions, here's some updates and changes to CE. Oh, it looks like they did this after I made a request. This is new. I think it's new. Let me see, please see. Did they update it? No, they did not. Okay, never mind. They updated this though. That's good. All right, maybe not. There's a lot of other issues that you can look up that happened in the past and things that we're going to bring up. Lockbox security, deposit checks on lease and sales transactions that you need to turn it over to the broker immediately so the broker can account for it in 5 days. uh, issues with short sales and properties, at auction or foreclosed on. If you want to file a complaint, how to go about doing that? Comparative market analysis and broker price opinions. Let's see what that's about. Oh, that's 2013. Okay, so that's about, you can't call it an appraisal because you're not a licensed appraiser. There's a lot of good issues here. Let's see, commission members. Let's see who the real estate commission members are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 6 of them. 6. How many members on the real estate commission?
8.
8.
For at least 10 years, 2 chosen from the general public and 1 appointed by the governor. Why are they only showing 6 here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess they're short on some members. Oh, look at that. The real estate commission meetings. You could actually attend them through Zoom. Ah, that's new. So you could see their past meetings and what their agendas were. The Real Estate Sales Full Disclosure Act regulates marketing and selling property in New Jersey, located in other states and countries. The Guarantee Fund, this fund was established to protect persons aggrieved or by embezzlement, conversion, unlawful obtaining of property. We went over that. All right, anyway, that's the Real Estate Commission's, the REC website. REC websites. Then I'll share that with everybody. There's that link. A lot of good stuff on the website. It's pretty good to visit there every now and then too. Just check things out. So this bulletin 2411 made changes to the New Jersey Real Estate Broker and Salesperson Act. The licensed business relationships, including designated agency, which is a new one that they just added. It covers an update of the consumer information statement because they have to explain what that new designated agency is in that. And I have a link to it here in the shared Google Drive. So basically you click on it, you can see the latest CIS form, which it looks similar to the one that's in the book, except it's got an extra page with signature lines on it. And it has designated agency explained in here as well. So it explains the different types of agency. What are you guys seeing right now? I got so many damn screens open. I'm sorry. All right.
The rec updates.
Rec update. Okay. So you have the CIS, the Consumer Information Statement. There's the brokerage service agreements, a BSA. I have some links to those from the Mid-Jersey Association of Realtors. Wait, where is that? Brokerage service agreements. Okay, you guys should be able to see this without logging in. So here's an example of one from the Mid-Jersey Association of Realtors. It talks about who the sellers, the buyers are. This is for residential listing agreements for sale or lease. This is just a general one that you could use. And it goes over who you're representing, the commissions, broker protection clauses, the obligations of the seller or landlord, agency disclosure of who you're working with, the seller's agent only, transaction broker only, agent and a disclosed dual agent if the opportunity arises, or the agent and disclosed dual agent or disclosed dual agent with designated agency if the opportunity arises. Commission splits, are they allowing it and what it's going to be? Cooperating firm compensations, if they're allowing it or not. Because that's what that whole NAR lawsuit was about. Are you allowing sub-agency? How much you're paying to buyers brokers or transaction brokers? Disclosure that we gave the CIS form to them and any exclusions. Finding successors. Is the property bank owned or not? Is third-party approval required? Is it short sale? Is the seller allowing a lockbox on the property or not? Combo lockbox. And they sign it. So this is just a general listing agreement. I kind of prefer the one from the Garden State MLS though, but I guess this one will suffice. Okay, somebody sent me a message asking about the recording for yesterday's class. I haven't put it up yet. I'll put it up today to start the to start your playlist, and then I'll add today's recording to it later as well. There's a property condition disclosure, and that has been updated with some additional information. We'll go over the property condition disclosure later. The broker's compensation, that needs to be disclosed in these in this updated law, but it cannot be disclosed on the MLSs. MLSs don't want that anymore because of the lawsuits. So they're separating themselves altogether from talking about commissions and listings. And signage at showings. This is that sign I was talking about. Let me click on it and open it for you. Here's one, well, customized by the All Jersey MLS. They put their logo on there. You can put your own company logo on there if you want. It basically, this is the sign that's required by law now. It says, let's see what it says. Attention prospective purchasers, please read this carefully. This is to advise you that the agent who is conducting this open house represents the seller and is required by law to promote the interest of the seller. Any information you give this agent is not considered confidential under New Jersey law and should be could be disclosed to the seller of this property. You as the buyer, intended to have someone represent you as a buyer's agent. If you're interested in this property, the duties of a buyer's agent include helping you evaluate the property, prepare an offer on the property, and negotiate in your best interest. If you as a buyer are already exclusively represented by a buyer's agent, you're required to disclose this representation on the sign-in sheet. If you as the buyer are not already exclusively represented by a buyer's agent, please be advised that the open house agent is not precluded from being a disclosed dual agent or designated agent and can enter into any relationship with you as explained in the CIS statement, which should also be sitting there on the table next to it. Okay, so it's basically the disclosure for dummies. I don't represent you, but I could. All right. That's required by law. That's the thing, the flyer I was talking about. Okay, so the rec bulletin on agency commissions, this is one we're reading right now from, but it's a lot longer because it talks about the laws and such. They got it available in PDF, and I think this is a Word document. I'm not sure. Let me click on it. No, it's PDF as well. Okay, so this is the full disclosure of what I just gave you a summarization of. It talks about all the changes in the law, and it's in very legalese talk. So this is not like clear, plain language English that's easy to understand, okay? But this is their updates in the laws that happen with the consumer information statement and, the brokerage service agreements being required now. A property condition disclosure update, about climate change, like they had to shove in this climate change stuff and flooding, issues into the CIS now, telling you, hey, sea levels are going to be rising in the next couple of years. Like they really know that. The brokerage firm compensation needs to be spelled out. Residential property showing signage, which I just showed you. The new continuing education requirement, they now have an additional requirement of the topic of agency, especially since they just updated with a new type of agency. So they want people to be educated on that. So you got to take a CE class on the different types of agency now. Okay. So basically, this is the law for that. And I didn't even open the window. I didn't even switch the window to you. I was just reading it off to you. All right. So basically, if you guys want those links to all these things, they're right here on the slideshow. And I'll copy them and I'll share them with you, but they're in the slideshow. You guys have access to all these slideshows in the shared Google Drive. So this is a rec update. So, in summary, agency relationships and disclosures. We have the CIS report, the seller's property condition disclosure, which we give to owners of property to fill out, disclosing not just problems or issues with their house, but the features that they may have and many improvements and any improvements that they may have done in their homes on this form. The rec bulletin, the informed consent to dual agency, designated agency, the new open house flyer, brokerage service agreements, which talk about your commissions and how they are charged, what you're doing in exchange for the fees that you charge. You could have a combination brokerage service agreement and listing agreement, or a combination brokerage service agreement with the exclusive buyer's agency agreement even. The CIS, the Consumer Information Statement, and the updated CE requirements requiring new agency, which we went over all those in the last chapter. Okay, I put here we're going to be adding new recordings explaining these forms in detail on our website. Why? Because I previously had them in this class. I recorded me explaining all these documents in class, which ended up adding additional hours needlessly to this course. You guys can watch those videos if you like. I will be posting them up, explaining the different types of agency. You could even watch them in watching some of the previously recorded courses. But I will put up these videos specifically on our website if you want to watch them. But I'm telling you, they are long. And they're explaining all of these forms and documents in detail. So it's a couple hours long. We don't need to do that in this forum right now. I could just explain to you, these are the documents, these are the forms we need to go over. Okay, so the CIS form is the informed consent to dual agency. We have designated agency, that open house flyer, the brokerage service agreements, listing agreements, and the updated CE requirements. Here is an exclusive buyer's agency agreement and the other new forms and disclosures. So let me share those links with you. There's two links right there for you. Those are links directly to the space on the shared Google Drive where you can get these exclusive buyer agency agreement and other agreements and disclosures that we just talked about. I'm also going to add them to the class links Word document. Yeah, so agency disclosures and relationships and disclosures. And slide. And the next slide. All right, so here's once again what we're going to do in this chapter for all the new CE requirements. In the last chapter, this slide was updated. There's nothing different on this slide. I updated all the slides that have this information on it. So this is the new CE continuing education requirement. You got to take 12 hours of CE classes, the continuing education. 6 have to be in core topics with specifics, 2 hours or credits in ethics, 1 in fair housing, 1 agency, and the other 2 in any other core topic. And the additional 6 credits remaining can be in any approved class, whether it's core, ethics, agency, fair housing, or electives. And remember, here's that CE tracking system I showed you guys about. I took you to the website and I explained it to you. And these are the people that are exempt from CE requirements. So I'll just put that breakdown here of the of these CE requirements once again in that class links Word document. All right, now, if a property is available for you or any other agent in the listing agency to show, it must be available for agents from other companies to show as well. That's according to the Real Estate Commission's rules, their administrative code. There's no secret pocket listings allowed that only you have access to. That would only be the case where the seller were to ask that you and your agency can show it, and then you need to get them to sign a document called a what? We're required to cooperate with the agents when we get a listing, and we share that listing in the MLS, unless the owner directs us not to, and then we need to get them to sign a cover your booty form. What was that cover your booty form called again?
Waiver of broker.
Yep, speak louder too.
Waiver of broker cooperation.
Yes, the waiver of broker cooperation form. See, I like to ask you guys, I know this stuff, I like to ask you because I want you to repeat it, because you remember more if you do. if you interact, listening to me say something and then seeing it on the screen, those are now two ways that you took in this information. Now, if you scan your mind for the answer and you communicate it back to me, your odds of remembering it increase. And now if you're copying in notes, that increases even that much more. These are all ways of you trying to remember this stuff and comprehend it better. This is why I have you do this. There's a method to my madness here. There's reasoning behind it. All right. So this would also include any delayed showings for any reason, including building anticipation. By some people call these coming soon listings. The listing office should not show the property unless the outside agencies could as well. Right? So the Garden State MLS, the GSMLS, I'm going to show you on the next slide their form for this coming soon listing. This is it. It is all just a delayed showing. You may have seen this like on HGTV, Fix This, Flip That House, show programs. But when real estate agents start adopting this type of methodology to try to sell homes, to try to build anticipation, they do. This is nothing more than a delayed showing. They just call it a coming soon listing. But if it's not, can you advertise a property that you don't have a listing for?
No.
No. So a coming soon listing is a listing you already have. You're just not showing it yet. Right? Because you can't legally do that. Advertise listings. Right? So it's just a coming soon listing. You already have the listing. You're just advertising it as coming soon to try to build anticipation. So no showings until certain date. But that also precludes you and any agent from your office from being able to show that property as well. Because that gives you an unfair advantage to other agents, and then you're not treating them fairly, are you? Real estate commission's big on that, fairness, right? So, let's just read the document. It says that seller and listing broker agree that there will be no showings of the property to prospective purchasers, nor any real estate agent previews or office caravans prior to the first showing date. So that means that their own office isn't going to be getting any special treatment either here, getting a sneak preview because they're the listing agency. See, the public often gets confused with this. They think that they get an advantage if they go directly to the listing agency too, because they think that they're going to be able to see it before anybody else can. The thing is, if an agent does do that, they're violating the law. So this prohibition against showings, previews, or office caravans applies to a listing broker, all agents in the listing broker's office, and all other brokers and agents affiliated with the listing company, as well as brokers and agents from offices not affiliated with the listing company. There are no exceptions to this prohibition against showings before the first showing date. Now, the seller can revise the first showing date at any time by providing the listing broker's office with a written request specifying a new first showing date. They basically can update this document right here. So upon receipt of such a request, the listing broker must immediately submit those changes, those broker uploaded changes, to the MLS as to the status that it's now available to show. The initial prohibited showing period and any extensions to it cannot be more than 10 days. So the way Garden State MLS, they got better listing agreements, they got better property input sheets, and they got better disclosure forms than most of these other MLSs. All right. The written offer must be forwarded or presented to the owner within 24 hours, right? And all listings have to be put in the MLS within 48 hours, unless directed by the owner not to. And then we get them to sign the cover your booty form called the Waiver Broker Cooperation Agreement. Not the first time we heard this. So do you think it's going to be on exam?
No, this will be an exam.
1, 2,
Yes,
Yes, it's gonna be on the exam.
yeah.
and you're gonna have a couple questions on this little slide right here on exams coming from these things. So here's an example of the book's version of the waiver broker cooperation agreement. This is yes, the actual form here in the book. You see, I just put a box around it with my pen because otherwise it just looks like a bunch of words on the page 19. You see this? So I just put a box around this whole form with my pen, making it look like a sheet of paper because that's a form itself. And above it, I wrote listings must be entered into the MLS within 48 hours unless, and then I highlighted anytime the seller directs a broker not to cooperate with other brokers, the seller must sign a waiver of broker cooperation agreement. That's the unless part. Okay.
So I just wanted to ask, is this common? Because like it says in the form itself that this will limit the sale to be soon. I mean, it can be delayed and there's not so many prospects coming in.
Well, this is the waiver of broker cooperation form. This isn't the delayed showing form.
Okay.
You guys are seeing this slide, right? With the waiver of broker cooperation?
Yeah.
Yep.
You're asking about this, the coming soon form. That's the delayed showing.
Okay. But even the waiver cooperation, it says that it will not be shared with other brokers, and it's only that primary broker who's handling it.
Yeah, I'll even read this form with you, but just do these highlights and write this, and then write this above there and do these highlights. Has everybody got that? Everybody got that so far?
Yeah.
Okay, so in the next slide, I like to use another version of this form. It is an old one that the Middlesex County MLS made up, which they changed their name a couple times. They're now called Alt Jersey MLS. They have a version of this one which actually quotes from the administrative code some of the requirements of the law. So I kind of like that version better because it's exactly like this, but it just includes that as well. I guess it's after this slide. Let me see. Yeah, okay, it's coming up. So the way I'll show it to you in a second, we're going to actually read the entire form, okay? So the licensing law requires all agents and their listing inventory with other agencies to share their listing inventory with other agencies. If a listing is available for you or any other agent office to show, it must be available for agents from other agencies to show as well. Obviously, these notes are coming from me. This is not the book. You're not going to see this in the book. This is worded the way I usually explain this to you guys. Every listing must be entered into the MLS within 48 hours, unless the owner directs us not to. Then we must get them to sign the waiver of broker cooperation, the cover your booty form. So it must be signed by the owner at the time we get the listing. At the owner's request, we must bring it up to them. We must never introduce this form to potential clients and sellers or listers, right? It's only when they request that they don't want us working with other agencies for whatever reason. There's no really good reason for it unless they want uber control over who they show the property to. Okay. So all the owners request, if they do not, at the owner's request, if they do not want us to cooperate with other brokers in sharing the listing. So this is the only kind of real legitimate pocket listing you could get, is when the owner requests you not to work with other agencies, and then you get them to sign the waiver broker cooperation agreement, which we must never first be the ones to first introduce to the owners. Only when the owner brings it up. So this is just a good slide of me clarifying the instructions on how that waiver of broker cooperation works. Thought we discussed that already here. Waiver of broker cooperation. We discussed that. I think we did yesterday, right? No, we brought it up again here, so. All right, here's an example of a real estate agent. For some weird reason, something strange. She had the owner sign a waiver of broker cooperation and then went ahead and put the listing in the MLS. Cooperating with other agents. So she got in trouble and she got fined for that. $1,000. I guess she had that waiver of broker cooperation agreement form sitting there in her forms folder, and she just was sticking papers in front of the owner to sign, because otherwise I don't know why you would get an owner to sign a waiver of broker cooperation and then go ahead and put it in the MLS. The whole purpose of that form is not to put it in the MLS, which is what, when agents do misuse when they do things wrong, by introducing this form to people, it's because they want that secret pocket listing, because they may have their own buyers lined up. I don't know. This agent, she got her to sign the owner to sign a waiver of broker cooperation, then went ahead and put it in the MLS, which is a wacky thing to do. But she got a fine for it. All right, so the waiver of broker cooperation agreement, here's the actual link to that form in the shared Google Drive. That the old one that I like, that I used to use, and that I still use actually, from back in 2014. I'll show it to you because it's on the slides. But here, I'll share it with you guys in the messaging window. I'll call it the old better version of the waiver of broker cooperation. And I'll share that form with you guys there from the shared Google Drive. Boom, there's a link to it. All right. That's this form, which we're going to go over, and I'm going to read to you. See down at the bottom here of the form, it shows you directly from the administrative code what the rules are, and we're going to read through it and see what it means or what it actually says. You could customize this one however you want. So waiver broker cooperation form, actual form, use on the next slide. Okay, so here is the waiver of broker cooperation form. I'm going to make a little video out of this, and I'll put it on that previous slide there. So waiver of broker cooperation. As you guys can see, this is in all capital letters. That usually means that they're shouting at you that this is of urgency, right? Especially when it's in capital letters and bold. It says, I understand and that cooperation amongst brokers produces wider exposure of my property and may result in it being sold or leased sooner at a higher price than would be the case were my broker not to cooperate with other brokers. I further understand that when my broker cooperates with other brokers, I can still have all the arrangements for the showings of the property and all negotiations with me or my attorney made only through the listing broker's office, should I so desire. I guess because that's the excuse that sometimes agents who are doing things wrong and sticking this waiver of broker cooperation form in front of people's faces give that as some kind of cockamamie excuse as to why they need them to sign the waiver of broker cooperation, when what they're really trying to do is get that secret pocket listing that only they and their office has access to. Okay, that's a sneaky, underhanded thing to do, and agents should not be doing that because it puts their interest above their client's interest. We're only supposed to use this form when our clients tell us that they don't want us to work with other agencies, that they only want us to use our marketing efforts and resources to get the buyers and negotiate with them and show only to the people who work with us. So, however, despite my awareness of these factors, I direct this properties to be marketed only through the efforts of the listing broker. This listing is not to be published in any multiple listing service. I will only consider offers on this property which are obtained by, and will only allow showings of this property to be conducted by the listing broker or their duly authorized representatives. So the listing broker is hereby directed not to cooperate with any other broker. And by signing below, the parties hereto confirm that no pressure or undue influence being taken advantage of has been exerted upon the owners as to this properties to be marketed by the listing broker. The owner further confirms that the receipt that you've provided them with a copy of the consumer information statement and a fully executed listing agreement of this property. You know, because you're supposed to give the duplicate original anytime you sign a contract with somebody. So the owner further confirms receipt of the fully executed copy of the listing agreement on this property and this waiver of broker cooperation agreement. Heck, you could even add in there the CIS form. Yeah, but they don't have that in there. I thought they did for a second. And then the owner sign and the listing broker and their authorized agent signs as well. Okay. Now, I like this version of the form. It's the same one as is written in the book. However, it also adds this part. This is the bottom part of the form. It says, let's see, upon sale and transfer of title of the property, access to property information will no longer be restricted. And now this is a reprint directly from the Real Estate Commission's administrative code. These are the rules and regulations that the Real Estate Commission creates. Pertaining to obligations of the licensees to the public and to each other. It says, unless directed not to do so in writing, which is what the waiver of broker cooperation form is, by an owner as provided herein, any licensee shall fully cooperate with other New Jersey licensees utilizing cooperation agreements, which shall protect and promote the interest of the licensee's client or principal. Collusion and discrimination with respect to commission rates and splits are prohibited. All right, so what they mean is, well, there's a couple things that they mean about that, but I remember a couple of years back they had an issue with discriminatory commission splits. When we had this, there was a big company that came here from the UK. They were mainly a mortgage company, but mortgage reps you're going to find often always in your office trying to see if you got new clients you're working with that need to get pre-approved for a mortgage or pre-qualified for a mortgage, that they could run their numbers for you and then hopefully they get that business. So they're always groveling with us. They're bringing us free coffee and donuts and at the office, you know, like we, you know, need any more of that, you know. So this mortgage company that came from the UK came up with an idea. instead of groveling to agents, how about we open up our own agency, real estate agency, that really doesn't care about commission? As long as we make enough money to float the business, we want an agency so we could write more mortgage loans because we make more money off of that in the long run anyway. There's a lot more money in lending. So they decided to open up their own company, and they called it Foxtons. Actually, it started off as YHD Foxtons, for Your Home Direct Foxtons. And then they dropped the Your Home Direct and they just put it as Foxtons. So Foxtons was a company from the UK. It's a mortgage company, but they branched off and they created a real estate brokerage, which was a huge success here when the real estate market was booming. However, they charge really low commission rates. I think they started off with 1% listings, and then they changed it to 2 like the next day. And then shortly afterwards, they changed it to 3 because they realized that wasn't enough to sustain the business. So they would take listings at 3%, even though the majority of their listings were at 4% or higher. They had those little Mini Coopers with the flower on the side, and it said 3% in the center, and Foxtons on it. So they gave their real estate agents cars to drive, the Mini Coopers. They supplied cell phones and laptops, and basically you were either a listing agent or a buyer's agent. You'd get paid a salary plus a commission. Okay. Wow, that's great. These agents, this brokerage can provide all this to us and only charge 3%. Ooh, that's awesome, right? Well, the only thing to that is when the real estate market took a slump, and the deals were not dropping in your lap like crazy, where your agents just needed to go out and get them. How do you pay for the Mini Coopers and the insurance and the gas and the laptops and the cell phones and all that stuff? So they ended up filing bankruptcy and they went out of business. Okay, when the real estate market changed, because their model, their business model, worked in a thriving market, but not in a declining. They didn't know how to adapt it. So they couldn't keep up with all the expenses. They went out of business. But the thing is, when they were that low percentage company, they're getting listings at 3%. They were offering 50% split to other agents who brought the buyers in, which means that they were offering 1.5% commission. Whereas many other brokerages out there were getting 5 and 6% listings and then splitting it 50%. And basically, here, for simplicity, let's go with 6%. Other agencies are charging 6% commission and splitting it by offering 3% to the buyers who bring the buyers agents who bring in buyers to their listings. Now, when Foxtons came in, those agents were like, "We're not paying you 3%. You only pay us 1.5%. We're going to pay you this reciprocal commissions, exactly the same amount that you pay us." However, this ended up turning into a lawsuit, but the real estate commission got involved and put a rule in place according to this. They said that is considered discriminatory because Foxtons was sharing their commission at a 50% rate, which was half of their total commission they were collecting at 1.5%. And by you collecting a total commission of 6% and only sharing 1.5%, and specifically with Foxtons, that's a discriminatory commission split. Because you're not sharing 50%, it's less than 50% of your total commission. And yet you're giving other agencies the 3%. So that is the discriminatory commission splits that they're talking about that are illegal. Now, the obligation to fully cooperate with other licensees includes the requirement that listing brokers, well, you got to put the listing in the MLS within 48 hours. That's how we share our listing inventory. And any written offers we need to submit or forward within 24 hours. And we cannot place any unreasonable restrictions on showings of the property to prospective purchasers. So all appointments for showings is not considered a restrictive, unreasonable restriction for you to make an appointment before you just go to a property. Because I guess that was brought up by some people. So all requirements imposed by this obligation to fully cooperate shall be complied with on all listings unless the client or the principal, with full knowledge of all relevant facts, expressly relieves the broker from one of those requirements in writing. Such writing shall be signed by the owner and made as an attachment to the listing agreement. Such writings shall be made available for inspection by other brokers upon request. So if a listing agency says, we're not allowing you to show the listing, this is an exclusive listing, the owner signed a waiver of broker cooperation. Instead of just using that as a way to blow them off, that buyer's agent can say, well, okay, no problem. Can you just send me a copy of that waiver of broker cooperation that they signed at the time you got the listing? And that listing agent has to send it over. Says it right here. That's in the Real Estate Commission's rules. They have to send it over. Otherwise, if they don't, you could file a complaint against them about that. Do you know that it's an exclusive listing? They signed a waiver of broker cooperation? No, not if they're not willing to share it with you. So that is the requirement of the waiver of broker cooperation agreement. I like this version because it also shares the administrative code rules that you can bring up if need be. And that's all about the waiver of broker cooperation. Any questions?
No.
Then we have exclusive buyer agency agreements and exclusive tenant agency agreement. We also have now the new informed consent to designated agency for the seller or the landlord, and informed consent to designated agency for a buyer and a tenant. And here's that open house sign that we're required to have at open houses, in addition to the sign-in sheets. So let me share that with you as well. Just add a note here that open houses must have a sign-in sheet and buyers working with agents must disclose that they are working with another agent on the sign-in sheet. There you go. Even though you get access to these slideshows, once again, I am sharing with you all of these things. And I'm also including them on the Word. Somebody's got some awful feedback. You got your speakers too close to your microphone in front of it. So I'm not sure who that is, so I'll just mute everybody. And whenever you want to talk, you just unmute yourself. How about that? All right, so we went over all of these things before here, exclusive buyer agency agreements and all that stuff. I already told you that They're not going to be added here. They take too much classroom time. I will add videos where I explained all of these forms in detail to our website. I just got to extract them from previously taught class recordings. So I'll just make a note for myself to do that. Extract recordings. Disclosure. Put on the website. So I'm gonna extract them, I'll put them on website and on our YouTube page as well. Okay. Best practices for buyer love letters. Love letters, aren't we getting sappy now? So what is this? It is suggested that agents do not involve themselves in writing or even forwarding them to sellers. This is a very common practice, or at least it was in the past, and I always thought it was the most manipulative thing and for agents to do. Where you're a buyer's agent and you're going and you've got a client that wants to make an offer on a property, and you know it's maybe going to be a multiple offer situation. So you try writing some kind of sappy personal letter, making it sound like you love this home so much. Oh yeah, we were the family with the two little children. Yeah, we love your home. We're not going to change anything about it. We promise. We would like to raise our family there. Like you're trying to pull on the heartstrings of the seller to accept your offer based on emotion rather than the power of your, because the price is there and you're putting down a lot of money and you're, likely to close on it. So you're trying to pull on the heartstrings of an owner. I always thought it was the most manipulative thing. And it is. But now a lot of people are finding that they are illegal, and some states are even outlawing them because they could be deemed discriminatory. Everything's discriminatory these days, right? How is that? Well, let me let Charlie Lee here from staff attorneys explain to you this buyer's love letters. So I will put him on screen while I take a little break. Okay, so I'm gonna cut myself off screen here, and I'll let you guys watch.
Hi, I'm Charlie Lee, Senior Counsel and Director of Legal Affairs at NAR. As buyers compete in a hot real estate market, they are searching for ways to stand out from the crowd.
Can you guys hear this fine, or do I gotta optimize the? Let me optimize the video.
We hear it.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
One method being used is to send a love letter to entice the seller into choosing their offer. While a love letter may seem innocent, they can raise fair housing concerns and risk exposing both the real estate broker and their clients to legal risks. The Fair Housing Act makes discrimination illegal in the sale or rental of housing and prohibits making housing otherwise unavailable because of race, color, national origin, religion, sex, disability, or familial status. Many states and local governments have their own fair housing laws, which can include additional protected categories. The use of a love letter often presents fair housing issues because they often contain personal information about the buyer, such as their race and culture or traditions, as a way of appealing to the seller's emotions. Some buyers even go as far as sending sophisticated packages that include photographs and videos. For example, a buyer might send a letter with a photo of their family around a Christmas tree. As a result, the buyer has revealed their religion, which is a prohibited basis for a seller to base their decision to reject an offer. While it may not be the buyer's intent for the seller to use this information to discriminate, that is essentially the position that a love letter can place the seller. When considering that the information cannot be easily forgotten or unseen, a love letter may ironically cause the seller to be fearful of selecting the buyer's offer because of potential discrimination issues. Therefore, real estate professionals should advise their clients about the risk of love letters and, at a minimum, stress the importance of avoiding including any information in the letter that could be used to legally discriminate. But of course, even a photograph of the buyers could lead a seller to give preference to a buyer or reject them based on race or other background. Fair housing is a high priority throughout the country, and states are closely monitoring the practice of love letters. In fact, just recently, Oregon enacted a law to take effect on January 1, 2022 that bans the use of buyer love letters. Here are some best practices to consider when it comes to love letters. At the outset of the relationship, speak to your client about the risks of buyer love letters and the potential fair housing issues they raise. Remind your seller client that an offer should be assessed based only on objective criteria such as price and timing. If your seller client insists they want to receive buyer love letters, advise them to consult legal counsel and to document their decision-making process in selecting an offer. Avoid helping buyer clients to draft or deliver love letters. Be sure to warn them against revealing any personal information that could raise fair housing issues. Counsel them to focus on the characteristics of the home or other objective information. Lastly, help your buyer clients find other ways to differentiate themselves to win the property. Beyond offering more money, the buyer may consider offering more flexibility with the closing date, additional earnest money, or waiving other contingencies that may appeal to the seller. Thank you for watching this episode of Window to the Law.
So that's why it can be considered discriminatory. All right, let's see. So, regulation of documents and contracts. Let's see, listing broker, seller to principal. Let's see. So, let's do these highlights, page 18. This is at the bottom of the page. All agents must place their client's interest above all others, including their own. So basically, I'm putting all this information into my own wording here. All agents must place their client's interest above all others, including their own. However, they have an obligation to treat all parties fairly and honestly and make reasonable efforts to obtain material information about a property and disclose it to each other. Sellers' agents must disclose to potential buyers material information about the physical condition of a property, as well as any other information a reasonable buyer would consider important before proceeding. Likewise, a buyer's agent, they have to make reasonable efforts to make sure the buyer is financially capable of purchasing before asking a seller to take their property off the market to accept the buyer that they're working with's offer. That they're presenting. At minimum, a pre-qualification letter should be obtained from a lender and disclosed to the seller if they become aware of a condition that would make the buyer unable to proceed, like bounced deposit checks, inability to get qualified for the mortgage, to get that pre-qualification letter. Maybe their credit score is too banged up. Maybe they don't have the money for the deposits. Maybe, whatever reason they can't get the financing. They can't qualify for the financing. Those are good enough reasons, right? So that's basically all that what you're highlighting down here is talking about. Put in plain English, straightforward. Let's see. So, so this is basically talking about material information, efforts to obtain and disclose material information. To discover and disclose material information. So these are the 5 business relationships, once again, with 4 of them being agency relationships now. We have the seller's agent. Let's see, when talking about agency business relationships, the word agent is not referencing the individual agent, but talking about the agency, the company as a whole, except with designated agency. So seller's agent is an agent. Agency represents the seller only, as created with a listing or seller brokerage agreement. Exclusive listing agreement ensures the owner works only with our agency to market the property. Any agency can still show it unless the owner directs us not to by signing a waiver of broker cooperation. But then again, if they do that, we wouldn't be acting exclusively as a seller's agent. I guess we can, a seller's agent, and then a transaction broker for any buyers. The buyer's agent, the agency represents the buyer only. Exclusive buyer agency agreements we have in place that could establish that relationship. Chapter 3 has an older version of that. Let me see, previous slide view for explanation. Okay, well, I removed that. So let me adjust this slide here. Chapter 3 has an old version. There is a new exclusive buyer agency agreement as of 8/2024. Here's the updated form. Replace the old version in the shared Google Drive, now available to students. Then we have disclosed dual agency. There's 4 versions of that form, one for a seller, one for a buyer, one for a landlord, and one for a tenant. They're available in the shared Google Drive as well. I have links to them here. The agency can represent both parties in the transaction. They must be with the knowledge of all parties involved and must be in writing, giving the agency permission to act as a dual agent. You don't just tell people, hey, I'm going to be working as a dual agent. You need to get their informed written consent, their permission to work as a dual agent. So it's not enough just to give them the CIS. You need to get them to sign the disclosed dual agency form, which is the form where they give you informed consent to work as a dual agent. So dual agents must not place one party's interest above another. You got to remain neutral. You can't play favorites. Like if you're working with a buyer and you got the listing, you can't be like, well, how much are they willing to accept? Oh, they'll go as well as this. You can't disclose that. Or how much is the buyer willing to pay? Well, they're willing to go up to this. You got to remain neutral in the transaction. You got to tell them, you can still give them a CMA, a comparative market analysis, to determine how much the property is worth, and then let them make their own decision on how much they should offer. But you should not be encouraging them to make any specific amount of an offer. You have to remain neutral there. But you can give them the guidance by doing the CMA for them. Undisclosed dual agency is illegal. Disclosed dual agency is not. Designated agency, there are 4 versions of that, one for a buyer, one for a seller, one for a landlord, and one for a tenant as well. This is that new agency type. This is that new agency type where the broker can designate one agent in the office to work exclusively with the seller, one to work exclusively with the buyer. And the agency, the company itself, including the broker, is a dual agent still. But the agents are signed to work with particular clients who will be only working as a buyer agent exclusively or seller's agent exclusively. Okay? If you want to work with, you could do dual agency. All right, so that's only the 4 agency types right there. There are 5 5 broker business relationships with 4 agency relationships. 5 business with 4 agency relationships. Let's reword that a little bit too. Five broker business relationships. Four types of agency relationships. Okay. Let me just shrink down that font to fit. There we go. Ding, ding, ding. Yeah, let me put that in that Word document again. And there's nothing in the law that requires a broker to work in the capacity of an agent. You could work as a transaction broker. So when talking about broker business relationships, there's nothing in the law that requires licensees to act as an agent. They can also be the manager of a transaction. You don't owe the fiduciary duties to anyone. You just need to treat the people you're working with fairly and honestly. Now, if you're working with somebody as a buyer's agent, seller's agent, disclosed dual agent, or a designated agent, the person you're working with, your client, the person you're representing, they're called a client. That's your client. If you're working as a transaction broker, the person you're working with is a customer. The differences lie in the representation and what you owe them. Customers, you do not owe fiduciary duties to. You only owe fiduciary duties to clients. Customers, you just need to be treated fairly and honestly. So, for example, if you're working as in an agency capacity as a seller's agent, buyer's agent, disclosed dual agent, or designated agent, you owe fiduciary duties to your clients, and customers you only need to treat fairly and honestly. But who is a customer and who is a client? Well, somebody you're working with in the agency capacity is a client. Who is a customer? A customer is someone you're working with as a transaction broker, or if you're working as an agent, what do you call another agent's client? Who are they to you? They're a customer. You just need to treat them fairly and honestly. You don't owe someone else's client fiduciary duties, only your own clients. All right, so licensees can select to work as transaction brokers at any time just by checking a box on the CIS form, disclosing how you're planning on working with someone. Now, those check boxes are no longer available on these new CIS forms. So the new CIS forms just explain the different types of business relationships. However, all sales contracts, the CIS form, and all kinds of other documents, we have to disclose who we're representing in the transaction. So licensees can work as transaction brokers. However, this makes more sense to do it when offering a la carte services. Because people often ask me, why did you work as a transaction broker? Why would that make sense to work as a transaction broker? Well, if you're offering a la carte services, you don't want to have legal responsibilities to the person you're working with to do certain things when they're paying you only a small amount of money. For instance, you could get, if you're a traditional brokerage, we're a full service brokerage firm. So when we work with you, we offer you their services and we owe fiduciary duties to you. However, if I'm working with you as a transaction broker, not everybody wants to pay the commission. So let's just say we got some cheap sellers. Now, I understand why they want to save the money on commission because it's a lot of money. They pay us a lot of money, right? I can understand them wanting to not pay us all that money. So maybe they just want to put the property in the MLS, but they want to try to sell it themselves and save on the commission. So you get a lot of these for sale by owner websites where you could pay a flat service fee, and they're actually real estate brokerages. Those FSBO websites, they're actually real estate brokerages catering to the niche market of the cheap sellers who don't want to pay a commission. So basically, you could charge them a flat fee of, say, $600 to put your listing in the MLS for 6 months. All right. And if and you're responsible for doing getting all of your buyers pre-approved on your we're not doing any of that crap for you for $600. We're not writing any contracts. All that would be extra fees involved, a markup. Okay, that's what these services do. That's where it would make sense to work as a transaction broker, where you're checking off what exactly you're doing in exchange for the fee you're earning. And people can pick and choose and not pay as much in return. That's where it would make sense. However, some brokerages, they just operate as any brokerage would. They do everything, but they just work as a transaction broker because they don't want to have fiduciary duties that they owe to people that they work with. I don't know about you, but I represent my client's best interest. So I always work in the capacity of an agent. So it's required by law now that everybody enters into brokerage service agreements explaining what you're doing in exchange for the fee that you're earning. Agencies that work with FSBOs often use this type of relationship, but they can pick and choose what they're going to do. And for a flat fee of, say, $600, take that listing where most agents would not do that. So a transaction broker is just a manager of the transaction. They don't represent anybody in an agency capacity. They don't owe fiduciary duties to anyone. The agent should have an agreement explaining what they'll be doing in exchange for the fee they're earning. And the person the licensee is working with as a transaction broker is referred to as a customer and not a client, because clients are owed fiduciary duties and customers are only owed fair and honest dealing. Okay. So let me get that read. Put into the Word document as well. That's another good slide there for transaction brokers, actually. It's good, it's good. Okay. So here are some of the disclosures that we've already gone over and some of them that we have not yet. These are some of the common forms that we will learn about. The CIS, the Consumer Information Statement. Who do you give it to? Anyone you intend to do business with for residential properties and longer term rentals. There's informed consent to dual agency. Anyone you plan to work with possibly as a dual agent, well, you need to get their permission to. So you get them to sign that informed consent to dual agency. The informed consent to designated agencies, when your broker designates one person to work at two agents in the same office are representing the buyer and the seller, but one is exclusively working as a buyer's agent and one is exclusively working as a seller's agent. And then the Opinion 26 notice must be the cover page of any contract prepared by licensees, informing them that they have the right to hire a lawyer. Then we have the Attorney General's memorandum. This document must be given to owners at the time we get a listing that tells them that they cannot discriminate. They need to follow both state and federal laws pertaining to discrimination when offering their property for sale or lease. Now, this new version of the Attorney General's memorandum includes something called the FCHA, the Fair Chance in Housing Act, where they essentially make criminals a protected class. Ex-convicts are now considered a protected class. Now, even though they don't specifically state that in the law, their explanation says it. You know, remember I told you can't do criminal background checks on people until you first offer them to lease to them, but conditional upon you later doing a background check? That's all coming from this law right here, which went into effect, I think, in January or February of this year. So, yeah, we're going to be learning about that chapter 4. And then the lead hazard addendum, the lead paint hazard addendum, this needs to be filled out by the owner and then supplied to buyers and renters disclosing any knowledge of lead on the property that is built prior to 1978. We also have to give the buyers or renters a lead hazard pamphlet, a booklet, and give them a 10-day opportunity to conduct an inspection or waive that opportunity if they want to close any sooner on the property. Now, since this happened, we're going to actually go over in a later chapter. New Jersey itself recently created a new law pertaining to lead paint and lead hazards in a home, where the property has to be inspected. Federal law does not require inspection. It just requires the seller to disclose any knowledge that they have about lead hazards in the home if the property was built prior to 1978. New Jersey's law requires that property owner to do an inspection and have their home lead certified. Okay, so that's a new thing that we're going to learn about in upcoming chapter here. So these are some common forms and disclosures. Let me just add that to our document here. Okay. I'm actually putting together some pretty good notes using some of these slides. All right, so exclusive buyer agency agreements and procuring cause. This is not going to be so much as an issue anymore now that we have these brokerage service agreements that we have to enter into with everybody we work with. That states what we're doing in exchange for the commission, who's paying the commission, is it allowed to be split, and all that stuff. We still need to go over this because it's going to still be on exams, even though I don't foresee it being an issue. So an exclusive buyer agency agreement helps establish our agency relationship. We owe buyers, our clients, fiduciary responsibilities. It helps establish evidence in the event there's a dispute between two agencies as to who's representing the buyer and owed the commission. That person would also be called the procuring cause because they're the one who procured the sale. They were the cause of the sale, so therefore they're owed the commission. But it's difficult to prove. Or at least it was in the past before the BSA agreements. So it provides evidence to protect the buyer's agent against claims of discrimination as well by steering a client, limiting the property shown based on the commission, which may be lower than the amount the agent's willing to work for. So basically in the past, the way we always did it before this NAR lawsuit was we always, the seller paid the commission, and then we split that with the buyer's agents. So the buyer's agents had a little say, actually they had no say, in the agreement between the seller's agent and the seller for the commission that they were going to pay the seller's agent which then they in turn would split with whoever brings the buyer. You guys following me? So now, if that amount is super low, the buyer's agent may be like, I don't want to show that property for that amount of money. It's too low. That's below my minimum of what I value myself at. I'm not going to work for that. But you can't get involved and you can't get in between the seller and their client on how much the commission is that they agreed upon. You'd have to come up with a separate agreement with your own buyer. And a lot of agents were just not doing that. So instead of entering into these exclusive buyer agency agreements, they would just sift through the listings in the MLS, see how much commission is being offered, and then be like, I ain't showing that one. Move on to the next one. Oh yeah, I'll show them that one. That's a good commission. Like, they look for properties that meet their client's criteria, but that also pay a decent commission. And that was one of the negative aspects to having the commissions displayed, is that agents can put their own best interest first over their clients by looking at the commissions. So there may be properties out there that meet your criteria that you would want to buy, but I'm not going to show it to you because it doesn't pay enough commission. So I'm putting my own best interest above yours. That could have happened in the past more often. Now, I don't see that for happening anymore with these BSA, these brokerage service agreements that you enter into with buyers as well as sellers that say, hey, if the seller's not paying the commission or their commission is not at least this amount, then the buyer's going to pay it. You know, like now you have to talk about the commissions, where in the past, you didn't really have to talk about it because that was something negotiated with the seller and their agent. And then they split that with the buyers. Now the buyers have to have this conversation with the buyer's agent as to who's paying the commission. Okay, makes it a little more uncomfortable because for some reason agents don't like talking about money. You know, they just like smiling and selling. But you got to talk about the money. You got to place a value on yourself and your services. And I always suggested to people that they do this. Because if you ever sifted through properties now and did not show people properties that met your financial, you know, commission amount that you wanted to get, if a buyer found out that you were not showing them these properties, and it just so happens that they pulled out a map and they put a pin on the map for the location of all the properties that you didn't show them. If it happened to be in a certain neighborhood, could they paint the picture to a jury that you were steering them away from that neighborhood and discriminating against them? Because these are all properties they could afford. These are all properties that met their criteria. You just weren't showing them because of the commission. So they could easily paint on a map, hey, you were steering me away from them. All these properties were available. Why didn't you show me any of them? Now you know what the answer is, because they didn't pay enough commission, so that's why I didn't show them to you. You were seeing green. That was the only color you were seeing. But somebody else with a chip on their shoulder could be like, no, he was discriminating against me. He didn't want me in that neighborhood for some reason, you know, because of the color, where I come from, or whatever, right? A picture like that can be painted. It is possible. So that's why I always told agents you should always enter into exclusive buyer's agency agreements. First of all, because you don't have to worry about getting paid what you're worth. And second of all, you don't got to worry about filtering properties out and it turning into a discrimination lawsuit against you. What's your reply going to be? Oh, I wasn't discriminating against you. I just wasn't getting paid enough money. I was putting my interest above your. Oh my God, that don't sound good either. You know, I mean, either way, you're damned. You know, so these were always good ideas to have these exclusive buyer's agency agreements, and we are required to have them in the form of a brokerage service agreement. Okay, so this should not be much of an issue anymore, as I explained right here on the slide, with the recent passage of the law requiring brokerage service agreements, which establish your commission fees and who will be paying them. But you still need to know this for exams. What is a procuring cause? It's when two buyer's agents are in dispute as to who is owed the commission. The one who can prove they did the most work leading up to the sale, difficult to prove, would be the one owed the commission because they procured the sale. They were the cause of the sale. Now, who do you file these complaints with? You don't file them with the real estate commission. You file them with the local realtors association. Now, why wouldn't you file it with the real estate commission? What is the real estate commission's job?
To make the fair deal between the buyers and seller agency.
The real estate commission's job is to protect the public from unscrupulous brokers and salespeople. You guys remember that one? To protect the public from bad agents, basically. It's not to mediate arguments between bickering agents over commission disputes. Okay, so that's the Realtors Association's job. And they usually have a procuring cause commission, which is basically like 5 real estate brokers who have been in the business for a while, so they heard everything. They've run brokerages. They heard all the excuses from agents before. They know the deal, so they can listen to you plead your case as to why you're owed the commission and the other agent isn't, produce any evidence that you got, and then rule in favor of one party over the other, depending on who put forward the best case and evidence there. Now, these brokers will also get training for how to act as judges in these cases as well. All right. So, but you do need to know this for exams. It will be on both exams. What or who is the procuring cause? It's when 2 buyers agents are in dispute as to who's owed the commission. The one who could prove they did the most work leading up to the sale, being the cause of the sale, would be the procuring cause and therefore owed the commission. But it is difficult to prove. Okay? That's basically it in a nutshell. Everything you read right here, that's probably the answer. So, you sign an independent contractor agreement. Let's talk about your employment agreements when you start working for a real estate broker. There's a standard independent contractor employment agreement sample here in the book. I have a link to one in the shared Google Drive. Mine is Addendum A and Addendum B. What is Addendum A and Addendum B? I'm about to tell you in a second here. So, an independent contractor agreement. You guys are not going to be employees, most likely. You're going to be independent contractors. You guys know the difference between an independent contractor versus an employee?
Yeah. Employee get a W-2 paid salary.
With all of your taxes and stuff deducted.
Yes, tax and everything is done by the agency.
An independent contractor, you're basically self-employed. When your broker pays you your commission, they're going to pay you the full amount. There's going to be no deductions. So you're getting paid the gross, not the net. Remember that video from Sir Hampton? You live in the net. The net is after expenses. You live in the net after you pay your bills and your taxes and your expenses. Okay? So you got to put aside some money from all that money. Remember, he said his first commission check was like $24,000, and he's like, I can do anything now. $24,000 check? Whoever got one of those in their lives? You guys ever get a $24,000 check from your jobs before? You know, now you could get a $24,000 check. Okay, don't go spending it all. You got to put some aside for taxes. Okay, you have to pay taxes, you have to pay unemployment insurance, you got to pay for all these different things, that go towards your retirement. So you got to make sure you get a tax professional that can help guide you on how much you need to put aside, because you're gonna have to pay the tax man at the end of the year. And you can't just be like he was like, where did I get that money? You know, and he's like, from you. But I don't have it. Well, that's your problem. You should have put it aside. Don't spend it all. So that's the difference here. When you get paid as an independent contractor, don't spend it all. Put some money aside for your taxes at the end of the year. Okay? Or put it in an interest-bearing savings account. Pay the taxes at the end of the year for that. So your compensation rate to be paid to the salesperson while you're employed at the brokerage firm is in what we call Addendum A. It's in addition to the employment agreement, which is just all the terms of your employment. Addendum A talks about how much the commission splits are going to be between you and the broker while you're working there. And then the broker has to have something written in your independent contractor agreement that says that they're going to pay you within 10 days or as soon as the check clears. Okay. The broker doesn't have to pay you a commission if they didn't collect it yet. Right. So the broker has until 10 days after a commission is received or as soon as the check clears, whichever happens first. And Addendum B is the rate of compensation to be paid to the salesperson after termination for transactions that close after the salesperson leaves the firm. Because you may have quit or got fired or whatever your situation is. You quit, get fired, whatever it is. And you're mid-transaction. You were not done with that transaction yet. You can't take it with you. You can't keep working with that client because it's the broker's client, not yours. You're an employee of that broker helping them get these deals, but that's not your client. That's the broker's client. So you cannot finish that transaction. The broker is going to have to assign another agent within the office to finish that transaction. And if that agent was you, would you do it for free? Are you willing to work for free?
No.
Hell no. Shouting. No, I would not work for free. Okay, well, I don't blame you. So neither would that agent. So that's why you're not going to get paid the full commission that you normally would. You may still earn a commission, but it's going to be less depending on how much work that other agent had to do. If that transaction still closes, there's no guarantees that it's going to close. Transactions fall apart all the time. So that's what Addendum B says. Addendum B in the employment agreement states how much you're going to get paid on transactions that you have not completed before you left the brokerage firm that you may have been working on. Some brokers may just write zero. You leave, you get nothing. No zero for you. Others may say, okay, it's a long form. If there was this much work that needed to be done, then you'd get paid this percentage. If there was this much work that needed to be done, then you'd get paid this amount. If it was this much work, you get paid a different amount of your original commission that would have been owed to you. So some brokers, for simplicity, just put zero because that's a pain in the ass to deal with. And then the brokers also need to put in there a provision that says that no individual can unilaterally make changes to this employment agreement. You both have to agree to any changes to your employment agreement, which that's like any contract. And the broker must provide an agent a written account of all monies due to the salesperson for transactions pending after their termination with the broker. So if you quit, get fired, whatever the deal is, within 30 days, your broker needs to give you a list of all the outstanding transactions you've been working on and how much you stem to make from them if they still close within 30 days. All right. So you guys need to understand the difference between an employee and an independent contractor. And you need to understand the independent contractor employment agreement. And so let me switch the slide here so you guys could do the highlights of that now in the book while I take my notes. Everybody got the notes?
Yep, got them.
Okay.
Give me 1 second.
Sure.
Got it.
Okay.
Mhm.
Ooh. All right. Now, the rest of this chapter is pretty much talking about advertising. Is it? 1 second. Advertising commission and if you violate licensing law. All right, there we go. So, my OCD is going to take over now. Here's where we're going to talk about rules and regs. And I told you that this stuff gets boring as hell and really dry, so I try to inject some real estate knowledge in there. So here's where I'm going to be doing that in this section here. So, New Jersey Real Estate Commission regulates advertisements offering to sell, buy, exchange, auction, or rent real property. The rules are intended to let the public know exactly with whom they're dealing with. All advertisements have to comply with the state and federal regulations, no matter what form of media that you use to advertise, whether it's print ads, television, radio, social media, internet websites, MLSs, billboards, chat, whatever the heck it is that you use, you still need to comply with the advertising rules. There's no excuses that for me to put the disclosures that you wanted me to put in there by law. So I didn't put them in there because there was no reason. That's not an excuse. So. Okay. So all ads must state the brokerage name, the agency name, the company name, the broker's name. So if you have an ad, it does not need to have the broker's name in it. It has to have the brokerage's name. That's your company name. And your brokerage's name, the company name, has to be in larger type and more prominently displayed than yours, so that the world knows who the company is. This becomes kind of difficult sometimes when we have people, real estate agents, who start working as teams. They even come up, some teams come up with their own name and logos even. And it becomes kind of difficult for, hell, other agents to distinguish the difference between the brokerage and the team, let alone the general public. So even when it's a team, the brokerage's name has to be in larger type and more prominently displayed than your team's name as well. Okay? But either way, if you're going to be putting a team name, you still need to have your individual's information on these advertisements as well. So the brokerage agency name, not the broker's name. The term realtor, realtist, real estate broker, or real estate agency, these realtor logos has to be displayed in your advertisement as well. There's also a red version of this. The red version is for commercial real estate. The red the red boxed R. Now, nobody asked what a realtist is. A realtist is a member of NAREB, the National Association of Real Estate Brokers, which is an African American association of realtors. Yes, I know there's not just one association. We got to separate ourselves and point out our differences at every given time and then complain about discrimination. Okay, so we have an American Association of Realtors. We have a Hispanic Association of Realtors. We have an Asian American Association of Realtors, AREA, they're called. They're based in Edison. We have Women's Council. And guess what? I can join all of them. I cannot be excluded from any of them. Yes, me, a milquetoast white male here. I cannot be excluded from the African American Association, Hispanic Association, the Asian Association, the Women's Council. I could join them all because denying me membership would be discriminatory. So the brokerage's name must be in larger type and more prominently displayed than your own. The licensee's name must appear exactly as it is on your real estate license. Do I need to clarify that? As your licensee's name must licensee's name exactly as on the license, with exception of middle name. A nickname may be used. Okay, yeah, that's good enough. Salespersons, so you have to use your real first name and your real last name as it appears on your real estate license. If you have a middle name or initial, you do not need to use it in your advertisements, on your business cards or whatnot. You could, what a lot of people do is if they have hard to pronounce names, maybe foreign sounding names that a lot of Americans can't really understand or pronounce or whatever, you're allowed to use like a nickname or like an Americanized version of your name. You put it where the middle name would go, maybe put quotes around it, you know. But if you just prefer to be going by a different name, like I go by Shorty, you know, so you can put, your name, Shorty, and then your last name, okay? But you have to still use your real first name and your real last name, okay? A middle name or initial does not need to be used. The salesperson's website or web page must have a link back to the brokerage's site and include a brokerage's phone number. I would suggest, so that you don't lose the audience, that if you link your company logo back to the brokerage's website to your profile page. Okay, your company will usually have a profile page for you. Just link it back to your profile, which then does a round robin back to your website. You know, phone numbers and ads must state what those phone numbers are. You can't just say you have a bunch of phone numbers in an advertisement. You have to state cell, fax, office, direct. But you must never ever use the term home office. Can anybody tell me why?
Because you're not supposed to have.
You're not allowed to have one.
You're not allowed to have a home office. Only a broker can have an office in their home, right? Okay, so here's a link to a file on the shared drive here about the Real Estate Commission, together with someone else, put together a guide on your business cards, which I took screenshots of it and I just put it on the next slides, and this is what it looks like. So this is what your business card should look like. You know, you have your company's logo, larger type, more prominently displayed than your own name. An optional nickname can be placed in the center there of your real first name and last name. You can still have your big cheesy photo up there and lights, you know. The title that you use can either be licensed salesperson or licensed real estate salesperson, or you could put their realtor associate. One of those terms is fine. The address to the brokerage and the office number, you could put your cell phone number, and your website is fine, as long as you have a link back to your company's website somewhere. And if you're for brokers classes, it's basically the same thing, except here the titles would be broker or broker of record or broker salesperson or realtor associate once again. All right, the ads must specify the municipal location. What's a municipality?
The area that you live in.
Yeah, the area you live in. Well, then how come they have other names? New Jersey actually has 5 types of municipalities. Here's a little bit of useless knowledge for you. We have 5 types of municipalities in New Jersey. We have cities, towns, townships, boroughs, and villages. Okay, those are the 5 types of municipalities we have in New Jersey. So why do we have this name municipality? How come we don't? Why do we have all these different names? Anybody know why we got all those different names, the different types of municipalities, what those names signify?
I think
It goes back when we had the conversation about urban and suburban, about population.
Good guess, but no.
For the property tax reason, because
Look, one of my best friends, he argues with me still to this day about this. And he's like, you can't call it a city if it doesn't have a hospital. And I was like, dude, I live in the city of London. Where's the hospital in London? You know? So it has nothing to do with those things. You know what it has to do with? Once again, back to politics. It's the form of government structure that's been chosen by the municipality and how they're going to manage that municipality. You could actually go to Google and search, or go to Wikipedia, because I think it's on the Wikipedia site, but you could go Google it, or AI it. I guess that's a new thing you could do now, right? And explain the definition of what are the different types of municipalities and their purposes, you know, or what are the different types of municipalities in New Jersey? you know, and you get some pretty interesting answers, you know. I always got a thirst for knowledge. I like this useless knowledge. I am full of it. You know? But you guys don't need to know all that for exams, so we'll pass. We'll move on. So in your advertisements, though, you must disclose the municipal location where the property is located. The reason being is, let's say that we have somebody who's buying a property. They want their children to go to a certain school district. You have to disclose what town it's in, what municipality it's in, all right? Because they may not be going to that school district. What is it? Princeton and, oh my God, what's the town next to it? It just blanked out. And I saw the property once in, it was a town right next to Princeton. In this one complex, it was a gated community of these new, very expensive homes, single family homes. And they were actually in the same zip code,
Means West Windsor?
but in two different towns. No, it wasn't West Windsor, it was something else. But there were two different towns or two different municipalities. So even though they shared the same Princeton zip code, you know, the buyers based on the zip code. They're like, yeah, my kid will go to a Princeton school. And it's like, yeah, you're not in Princeton, but it's the Princeton zip code. Yeah, but that's not Princeton. So they backed out of the offer because of that. They wanted their kids to go to the Princeton schools, not to the other neighboring schools, which weren't as good, you know. They weren't bad, but they weren't as good, you know. So it matters for reasons like that. The taxing body, the services, the police, fire, the snow removal, garbage pickup, all of these things could matter to potential buyers. Let me give you an example a little bit more local to us here in Middlesex County. Edison versus Island. Okay. There's an area along Route 27. Now, Island is a part of the Woodbridge Township of municipalities. So, along Route 27, you get the train tracks on your left-hand side. On the right-hand side, you get businesses, and then there's an area where there's residential properties if you turn down some of the streets there. There's one street there that you could see a sign where they put up a sign now, Edison Tower. Okay, so back there, it's known as the Edison Tower section. And a lot of people refer to it as the Edison Tower section of Edison. You know, Thomas Edison had a lot of laboratories throughout the state. So in this section over there, you drive up this hill through the woods on both ends, and then it opens up to a big opening, and you see this tower. That's Edison Tower, one of his laboratories. And then there's homes back there. Now, on one side of the street, you have Edison, the other side is Island. You can't just say this property is located in the vicinity of Edison Tower. Well, what municipality is it in? Is it in Edison or is it in Island? Two entirely different school districts. Generally, Edison schools are considered better schools than Woodbridge. You know, so that would make a difference to the parents who are buying a home and wanting their kids to go to the Edison schools, right? So you must never use the term in the vicinity of, in place of, in lieu of the municipal location. You are allowed to say this property is in the vicinity of Edison Tower in Edison, but you can't just say in the vicinity of whatever it's in the vicinity of. You know what I'm saying? That's what they mean by that. I went through this longer explanation because some people get confused on exams, because there is a question about this, I know, on our exam, that they say, well, I don't know, it said in the book that you're not allowed to use the term in the vicinity of. Yeah, but I explained, and it's on the slide here, that you can't use it in place of the municipal location. That's the difference.
I've
So
seen like listings saying like, let's say there's specific neighborhoods in a town, right?
yeah.
So it just said like, the town was called, let's say, Oakley Vine, right? And then it had, let's say, 5 houses that were listed over there. It didn't say necessarily which municipality was listed in. It just said like Oakley Vines, and then it had 5 homes over there with the address. What does that mean?
Well, do you know that you don't have to disclose an address in the advertisements?
That I also noticed. And you don't have to disclose the price either, I see.
No, you don't.
Right, but do you need to disclose? So let's say they do disclose the neighborhood and they disclose the address, but they don't disclose the municipality.
Are they violating the law?
I'm asking.
Yes, they are.
Oh,
Yes, they
okay.
are. You're required to disclose the municipal location of the property. Okay, you don't have to give the address of the property. Some real estate agents, what they do is to track their advertisements. You could track them where the different places that you advertise. You create a database with ad codes. Like if I'm going to put it in this magazine or if I'm going to put it on this website, it'll have a different ad code, but it's for the same property. So now if somebody calls up, you ask them, what was the ad code for the property you were talking about? It's in the upper left corner or whatever. And they'll tell you the ad code. You could be like, okay, that's for this property. And now you can give them all the information. You know which one of your advertisements are working. That's a little trick on how to track where your money is being spent, which advertisements work a little bit better. But they do need to have in that advertisement the municipal location, except with one exception. If it's under a heading that it's like an Edison, you don't need to put in each individual property ad Edison, 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 because it's under a heading of Edison. So therefore, all the properties under that are located in Edison. So was there maybe something like that? Was it under a heading of a name of a town? And then it said that these are from this section?
I would have to look back,
You
but
don't recall. Okay. But
yeah.
that could have been the case. If
Yeah.
not, that agent was violating the law. And if the real estate commission sees that or somebody reports that, they could get
Right.
fined for it. Okay? Don't always just do things because you see other agents doing it and getting away with it. Because the likelihood is that you won't. You might get caught, but yeah, these people have been doing it and they don't, Well, too bad. If somebody jumps off a bridge, are you gonna jump off a bridge? That kind of a scenario, so just that's the way that you just follow the rules. So if in an ad you mention membership in an MLS, you must spell out the full name of every MLS that you're a member of in the ad. If the ad has 20 lines or more, or is wider than one column. It's on the internet, you got plenty of space, usually. Okay, then you need to spell out the full name of every MLS you're a member of. You can't just use this general, you see this MLS logo here? This is like a generic MLS logo. There's MLSs, they have their own special specific logos. This is a generic one. You can't just say member of MLS. Well, which one? There's a bunch of MLSs in New Jersey. Which one are you a member of? So you got to spell it out. So you can't just dangle a carrot in the ads. You have to fully disclose. Anytime you put something in an ad that may get people thinking, well, I got more questions now, well, full disclosure is required. Like member of MLS. Which one? You have to put it in the ad. Also, here's another thing that refers to that same kind of thought train. Ads that refer to home warranties. Look, let's just stop it right there. If I say home warranty available, do you have any questions? Any questions at all about the home warranty? Or if I just say home warranty, I put a sign writer on a for sale sign that says home warranty, nothing else. Guys got any questions? Is it included? Is there a fee? How much is the fee? Who pays the fee? What does it cover? Who's the insurance company? You know, there's an inspection required. You know, there's a lot of different questions that may stem from that. So anytime you put something extra in an ad that would get the public wanting to ask more questions to get more information, full disclosure will be required. So, is the warranty mandatory? Is an inspection required? Who's responsible for paying the fees? How long is the warranty? What does it cover? Yada, yada, yada. So that's the basic rule of thumb to go by. Full disclosure is required if offering anything extra where the consumer may have additional questions. Now, buyer's rebates, I already told you about. You have to disclose, if you talk about buyer's rebates, you have to disclose to people that they should consult with a tax professional with regards to that rebate, because they may have to pay taxes for the unearned income they're getting from the rebate. So you give that disclosure to them. Okay. Copy, paste. Oh. All right, so now we do a highlighting of the stuff that I just explained. All right. Everybody good? Everybody got it? Anybody need a second?
That's fine.
Okey-dokey.
Got it.
Okay, so next page, 21. Continue highlighting this stuff, which we also went over. Everybody got that?
Got it.
Yep.
Excellent. So here's all the different MLSs in New Jersey, and we're going to go over them tomorrow, because guess what? It is 4:30 already.
Yeah.